Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Big game burger that's 33% elk, 33% venison, and 33% ground beef at Arby's. I'm gonna be doing that for a food review.
I thought it was funny yesterday you were wearing your Joe Rogan shirt, talking about how much you don't like elk and it's too gamey for you. Scared to eat venison.
Which is completely opposite. Well, he's a real man and I'm a pussy.
He talks about it, 3 times a week, how much elk he's been eating. And
well, maybe I got elk all wrong.
Yeah, but he hunts the elk. You just go to Wendy's or whatever.
it's Arby's.
Arby's.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show, funded by the people for the people, American made. I need to start using all those schmarmy ass slug lines to get more people to pay us more money. Lummy, why not? So we don't have to live paycheck to paycheck like 60% of Americans.
That's right.
Thursday, September 28th, 2023.
With the voice of the people.
Now, is it me? I'd like everybody to collectively chime in, except for Brian. Is it me or here I am? Well, I really just Lummy and Anna can really have an opinion on this, and I don't want either one to. Lummy, I know you're probably going to be Stockholm to just tell me whatever I want to hear.
Oh, no, I'll be honest.
So, Anna,
Yeah, right.
you'll be honest, whatever. And so, Anna, you might actually be
Honest.
And I'm asking you to be honest. Like, don't you try to get a little schmarmy, just be honest.
Honesty,
But can you see where, as I'm preparing for the show, and Brian's never been behind the microphone like this and had to start the show and host the show and navigate the show with various people. He never has. He doesn't run the board. He doesn't know that we have all these triggers and there's a lot of technical things to do. And then mentally, you have to get ready to do the show. I mean, as a co-host, you sit there differently than I do. I kind of, and until this stops happening, I think I have the will to be on the radio, but I still get just a little bit nervous before I go on. Just a little bit.
A little bit of anxiety.
Yeah, I was like, okay, how am I going to jump in to the break? How am I going to get in?
Sure.
I don't have a standard catchphrase like Howard be like, hey now. Like I don't have that. So I got to double dutch myself in, which requires a little bit of concentration and thought. And here he is, like throwing me. You two know my little idiosyncrasies and how important, like the last, 5 15 to 20 seconds as all the imaging is starting to wind down and we're getting ready to go live.
Right.
He's over there like just not really, just kind of tripping me up, adversarial, if you will.
I see that.
Did you feel that just now?
I did. I
Yeah.
did. I mean, first he comes in distracting you with a gift, which is rude.
Well,
quite
no,
frankly.
Whoa.
No,
Bubba seemed happy with it.
Now, see, not that. Let me just. I gotta
She
stick
was
up.
being funny.
I gotta stick up. Oh, she was being funny.
Yeah,
I'm just
she
not
was-
smart enough.
She was definitely being funny.
I'm just not smart enough to realize understand how how brilliant her cynicalness is. So he first comes in with a gift. Yes, then
A very good gift, tailored right to your needs and desires.
Exactly. And then I say, thank you so much.
Yeah, you really put it over.
I was like, oh my God, this
Until you
is
didn't.
this is the best this is the best beef jerky you ever brought me.
Yeah.
And then I say, I don't know, a while back I had, Brian didn't bring me any beef jerky, and I was like, where's my jerky? I was like, what's going on? Like, now you guys got me imitating myself.
That's
That's
son
awesome.
of that
Yeah.
son of a bitch.
You do it almost as good as Anna.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I can't.
Almost.
It's pretty bad when the guy that you're impersonating can't impersonate himself better than you can.
right.
That shows you just how much of a hack I really am. So that being said, I remember like telling Brian something like, "Hey, buddy, where's my beef jerky?" He's like, "Oh, I forgot." Then I gave him a ration of crap. Poor guy. So in my monologue here of being mad at Brian, I still am fair and sticking up for him. Like when yes, I understand how I've sent mixed emotions. So he from that point forward has always brought me a little thing of like I think it's the Jack Links. Is that what it is?
It's typically Jack Links.
Yeah.
Today you got the
It's a big bag.
gigantic Costco bag.
Right.
Yeah, the Kirkland.
Yes, I got.
What was that, like $30?
Lovey just throws in the you got the Kirkland.
Sometimes
that's
Kirkland has the
that's
best
what,
products.
That's what makes you so funny, Lummy, is you throw in the little dib that only a few people caught, but I did.
Oh, thank you.
You got to Kirkland. So I get to Kirkland brand, but it is very, very impressive. And listen, don't sleep on the Kirkland brand. The Kirkland brand, I buy some Kirkland brand stuff too, man. Well, great value, Kirkland.
No, not great value.
Yeah,
Whoa,
Kirkland is
don't
much better.
besmirch the Kirkland name by placing it with great value.
All right.
Best organic peanut butter I've ever had in my life. Kirkland brand.
All right. So anyway,
Their batteries are good.
He brings in this big hunkin' bag of beef jerky, and it's awesome. Like, oh my God, I wish I wasn't fasting. And the minute that I have to. One of the things I'm irritable about on it is I'm starving because
I feel like you're blaming me for this.
No, I'm not. I'm sister girl. You.
Okay.
Like my little trials and tribulations and irritability with regards to fasting. Please don't ever perceive it as bitching. Please perceive it as I'm sister
Trying
girl.
to relate to me.
Yeah, because you're.
I know what it's like to be hungry.
Right. And you're the one. I'm kind of modeling it after kind of how you do it. You're the one that got. First of all, I would have never even known about it had you not brought it up and done it.
Right.
2, wouldn't be even interested in it if I hadn't seen how well you did with it. 3, I can just look at the Nashes. I mean the people that are in my life that have started doing this, and we all attribute it to you. It's like, hey, I'm doing the Anna fasting deal. Like we do.
I know. That makes
We
me
do.
so happy.
Sumo, honest to God, sumo.
For real?
Sumo's lost about 40 pounds.
No way.
Yes. And he did call me yesterday. He goes, God damn, I'm telling you right now, I could eat the door off the refrigerator. I'm in my 15th hour. I got to go
Yeah.
up.
He's lost so much weight, they're changing his name to Luchador.
I don't even know
So
that.
There we go. So I tell Brian, so yeah, Anna, when I tell you that I'm a little bit irritable because I ate a little bit late yesterday and I have to push it to 8 to get my 18 in, which I'm just really.
You really bumped it up. You were doing like 14 and then all of a sudden 16, 18.
Yeah, but if I can get an 18 in, I'm like, it's like a little thing in my head.
I get you.
And so I'm pleased from this point forward all the time. When I'm bitching about intermittent fasting, I'm not mad at you. I'm kind of like, you're like my sensei in this.
I got you.
You know what I'm saying? I'm a white belt in this, and you're like, you're Matt Arroyo, and I'm, Anna Hummel coming to the class.
Let's break some boards.
Yeah. I'm just. You know what? oddly enough, is there any of us that really ever thought when you'd watch that karate stuff and they'd put these dudes up there and he'd have like 15 cinder blocks and he'd smash them with his hand down the middle and they would all break? Like, we didn't know that, like, that's like almost, isn't that almost like if you can get the first one to snap, then the energy snaps the rest of them.
Well, of course.
It's not just that. They like superheat those and completely compromise the integrity of the concrete.
Although, okay, so all of that was like, that wasn't like just one concrete block you got off a guy's job site.
No, no.
Those concrete blocks were specifically treated.
Just like the wood. The wood, they like put it in, they dry it out and they heat it up and it makes it a whole lot more brittle and easy to crack.
Right.
It's like Deflategate.
So anyway,
100%.
So anyway, Anna, you're my great sensei.
Yes.
On my hunger deal, and my hunger deal stems from me eating late because Lummy, I did a food review yesterday.
Yes.
Oh man.
Oh, it's a good one.
It's so bad that it's good.
So bad that it's good.
Yes.
The food or the review?
Oh, I hear you're just gonna have to today at 5:00. It goes out.
I'll tease it a little, baby.
Well.
Come on.
Don't
fluff
get
me up,
don't-
Buttercup.
It's so bad. It's good, Brian. What more do you want to know?
Don't get me distracted on my Brian timeline. So I'm going back to that, Lana. Look at that, buddy. Center point, back to center. Even though I
You know
branched
what
it.
Fassi
Even though I
helps
branched
with?
it 10 times. What?
Focus and concentration, and that's exactly. You're not getting squirreled by Brian
Right.
today.
So anyway, I get in here today, and he automatically starts shooting some of this just toothiness, cynical, just stupid, throwing me off stuff.
What?
And I was kind of I'm trying to get ready. So I tell Brian, Brian, listen, buddy, and this is like he should take this as a compliment and just shut up. That's your problem. You can't take you always got to try to one up somebody with a zinger. So I said, listen, you don't have to bring me any more. You don't have to you don't have to bring me food anymore. You don't have to bring me beef jerky. Like I got a lot, and I just don't need it from you. Don't feel as if you need to bring beef jerky.
There is no way you have a lot of beef jerky lined up unless you it's certainly not the ones I've been buying you. I know you really got a fridge full of jerky that you haven't eaten?
About to take out the
I
bag
don't know.
you just got him.
I'm just gonna drop the goddamn mic on you. Is what I'm gonna do.
Well, if you're not eating it, why did you?
Are those the ones you
He's got
get him?
4 bags. Like the last 4 bags I've bought him, he hasn't touched them.
I'm dieting.
Beef jerky's not way outside of.
But after I eat my fasting meal, then I just want to load up on a bunch of this stuff when I'm full.
Okay.
Bitch.
Now I know the real reason why you told me not to bring you anymore. My fridge is full.
Well, he did say.
I'll yell at you in 5 weeks when I eat this jerky.
Well, he did say after he opened his fridge and put that one in is when he said, "Don't bring me any more jerky."
It all comes to light now. This wasn't a matter of him not wanting me to bring him jerky. This was a matter of him not having room in his fridge for the jerky that I'm bringing him.
However, you shake it out. However, it shakes out. I said you don't have to bring me anymore, and then you instantaneously start in on me.
I start in because you didn't yell or cry about it, but you made a point to make it an issue the last time I didn't bring you beef jerky, which must have been a time when your fridge wasn't full of beef jerky.
Right. Well, and it was also when I wasn't trying to be as conscious about eating healthier.
How about this? You just text me when you run out. Jerk me, brother.
Okay, I will.
I'll bring you another bag.
Come over with some coconut oil and a rubber glove, and we're in business with a wig.
Jerk me, brother. I need to be jerked.
I gotta think, Lummy, if the guy had if it's almost maybe not even not that gay is a problem, but if you didn't want to be gay, if you didn't want that label on you, I can see some guys that wouldn't want that on them.
Of course,
but there's some guys that do want that on them. So to each its own. But that being said, Lummy, if your buddy put on his glove and put on a blonde wig and all you had to do is see her from behind. With a glove on,
and coconut oil.
Technically, his flesh is not touching yours, and you're looking at a girl from behind.
So it's fine.
You've given this a lot of thought.
No, I'm just thinking. I mean, what got me thinking? What got me thinking was that movie that Anna turned me on to, where the guy slept with the entire family.
Oh, Abducted in Plain Sight.
Yeah,
I still haven't
Brilliant
watched
film.
that.
Oh my God, brilliant! And so here's what I'm thinking. Under what circumstances could I ever talk any of my married heterosexual friends into giving me a handy at the park? I don't know that I mean, I got a really good gift to gab, but I don't know.
I think Dan would do it for you.
No, I don't think.
I think he totally would.
I don't
said, Dan, I'm hard up, man. I got these little T-Rex arms. I can't get all the way down to the bottom.
Dan, it's just been so long since I've had some relief.
Oh, you have to do that. Just threaten him off the
it's
show.
medical. You're a doctor, Dan.
I'm not talking about the show.
Do it as a doctor.
Yeah, he would do it as a doctor.
This is clinical.
Dan might be the only one that could do it as a doctor. Okay, I'll give you that. Other than that, I'm just saying, like, you know.
Can you milk my prostate, buddy?
I've never had my prostate milked, and I don't think that I've had it checked, and I don't think that it would be pleasurable. It's very traumatic when they're touching it and feeling if it's smooth and has any nodules or bumps on it. That's humiliating. That's humiliating. I don't understand how anybody could find that arousing. I mean, like that. You know, I've had it done twice, and it's the most traumatic thing ever.
Let's turn the floor over to Lummy and let him explain it to us.
I feel used.
Lummy, what say you, my friend?
Well, I don't really think Lummy's into pegging as much as we try to put. You know, like Lummy, I'm trying to stick up for you here.
Thank you, Brian. Brian trying to reverse the heat.
He's just trying to be. No, he's trying to be the heat generator where he gets heat with everybody. He just needs to be a little more organic. We don't.
This was organic. I didn't. Well, I sort of brought it up,
but I mean, we all know we don't have to listen. Do you think Lummy feels good about himself that he might get pegged? I mean,
I don't think he cares.
No, I think he does. I think.
Does it bother you, Lummy, that you have a reputation of enjoying a good pegging?
It bothers me when you bring it up, Brian. Yes.
When I bring it up, or when anybody does.
Lummy, I got to think that you don't like. You know, like you don't want that rap on you too much, don't you?
Yeah. No, I don't. I don't wear a shirt that says it all the time.
I like
Brian.
pegged.
Yeah.
And I don't even think.
I
like getting pegged. And so, I mean, like, Brian instantaneously brings up your little...
Because we're talking about something that's kind of similar, right? I mean, that's
stuff.
That's in the same vein.
How many people...
Literally and figuratively.
How many men in this program right now? There's 1, me, Lummy 2, Brian 3, Macho 4, Rhett 5. How many of us men have had our prostate checked by a doctor? Me, I have 2 times. I'm 57 years old. Lummy, have you had your prostate checked by a doctor?
No, I have not.
Okay. Brian, have you had your prostate checked by a doctor?
No, haven't had it.
Rhett, have you had your prostate checked by a doctor?
No, I have not.
Macho Man, have you had your prostate checked by a doctor?
You can neither confirm nor deny.
Whatever. I don't know if he's not around or he doesn't want to answer.
Super Zen wires.
Define doctor. Oh, yeah.
So I got to tell you, when you bring up, Brian, prostate milking, I cannot. I guess I'm the only one that that has a reference point as to what it feels like to have a person's, human being's fingers on your prostate, and I can't understand how that would make you really, really hot, because it makes me feel about 3 inches tall and like I'm the biggest bitch ever.
How many knuckles?
They mean
all the way to the base.
Well, I mean, the
finger.
A regular doctor. I mean, not Shaquille O'Neal, but I mean a regular,
Shaquille O'Neal.
Shaquille probably only goes to his first Canuck, and because he's a big man. But I think Anna, when a doctor checks your prostate, that he goes his entire finger, his entire middle, and possibly I don't know. I think maybe they went. I think he went middle and pointer. I think they go 2 in there, and then they snap off the glove and they give you a wipey to wipe your greased up butt, and it just makes you feel like.
Yeah, but it could save your life.
I know, but I'm just saying, it's not pleasurable. It's the worst.
I think context matters, right?
So anyway, Brian, if you could just be a little bit less disturbing and just go with the flow, realizing that it's tough to start the show, and just, not start with your Brian-ness just before the show's even started. Like, God dang.
I didn't come in with any intention to start with my Brian-ness.
So Macho said that he has had his prostate checked by his pediatrician when he was 6.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
And
he's just being funny.
Okay.
No, I don't think so. He said he made my mom leave the room. He was a creepy old doctor.
Yeah, I mean, sort of being funny.
Is that prison jail?
I mean, now, hold on. Here's the deal. That is not really that funny.
Yeah.
But hold on, criminal. If not. If that really did happen, that's criminal.
He said factual. He's wiring something up.
There's no Brian. Brian, there's no statute of limitations on capital sexual molestation.
No, and there's no reason for a doctor to be fiddling around with a 6-year-old boy's behind.
Macho, you're a victim, buddy.
Yeah, Macho. I'm just saying, like, if that was if that guy's still got a business and he's got medical insurance, which I'm sure he does, you need to talk to Brian after the show. And Brian, you got one hell of a case.
He said he thinks he's dead, but he said it is factual.
Yeah, well, that's horrible, man. 6 years old, a guy. Oh my God! You should have told your mom. You should. I mean, I guess you probably wouldn't know it. Maybe wouldn't know that. I don't know. If Tyler, when he was 6, and I was taking him to the doctor, and the male doctor asked me to leave the room. For what procedure are you going to do to my 6-year-old that I can't be present to watch? Like, he's not.
Yeah. Or there for moral support.
He's not there to get his wiener checked. He's not there. I mean, he's just there probably for a general checkup.
We got to delve into this more when Macha's done doing whatever he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, I can't. And listen, under any circumstances, I don't know that a doctor should ever. I mean, unless they're doing an X-ray and the radiation, you have to stand behind the wall, or Brian, there's some instances where I can understand you can't be in the room. You might have to be like for X-rays, they go around the wall. They don't want.
Yeah, that's about it.
But
even when we did a physical back in the day, my mom would like turn her back.
Really?
Yeah. When you would go in, well,
maybe if you were like a preteen or something.
Yeah, like 10, 11, I'm saying.
Yeah, but like once you got like 13, then your mom would just drop you off at the doctor's office that gave the hernia check. Well, when you played football, fall football was the first thing the school year started with. So you'd have to maybe like 2 weeks before actual school opened, you had to go and you'd start your little training camp deal.
Get your sports physical.
And turn your head and cough.
And the school had like 2 doctors that were endorsed by the school that were, they would do physicals. You had to have a physical from a doctor. And really the only thing they did is they checked your heart, the beat, they checked your lungs, they would kind of let me do your knee, hit the reflex point on your knee. That's about it. And
it was a ridiculous scam.
It really was. I remember it was like it was $35.
Yep. Yeah. Copay collection. That's all it was.
This is even when I was growing up. It was $35, and I mean that really hurt my. That was a lot of money back in like 1982.
There were kids that couldn't play sports because they couldn't afford their physical.
Right. So then they would do the one thing and be like, all right, drop your pants, and then they grab your balls. But that's just the way it does, and they have you cough, and turn your head and cough the one direction. But that's it. So, but you knew like that's what's supposed to happen.
Yep.
Like you knew that. You knew
you
that.
Prepped for it.
Well, yeah, you knew that. Your mom and dad or the guys that you went to school with would tell you. You just knew what you were getting into. You knew that the guy's going to grab my little balls. He's going to have me cough. That's it. Now anything past that would be completely like not on the script, including but not limited to a proctal exam. I can't imagine going back out to my mom's car and said, "Yeah, Mom, I got my hernia check. He grabbed my balls." And then he stuck his finger all the way up my butt.
2 fingers.
2 fingers, Mom. What? Yeah. And I don't. And it didn't fit. And it was not cool. Mom.
He called it the 2-finger cul-de-sac deal.
He said you can Urban Dictionary it. Screw you, Brian. So anyway, what were we talking about earlier? I don't even know how we were getting into it. What?
Brian distracting you.
Brian distracting you.
Yeah, I know. We got into because Macho Man said he had his prostate checked by a doctor at 6.
Yeah.
I got to think that is absolutely. There's no statute of limitations on that. I mean, I think it's called capital. I think sexual deviance or like things that you can do bad to a kid. I think they come in different levels, but I think the highest, worst one ever with no statute, like what would be equivalent to first-degree premeditated murder. Like, Brian, I don't think there's a statute of limitations on that, is there?
No.
Okay. Well, so the equivalent to that in kid touching is capital sexual battery, I think. Something like that,
I think
right?
you're right, yeah.
And at that point, there is no statute of limitations. So you could be a 6-year-old that's 40 now, and if this guy was still alive and you wanted the headaches, and
Macho's back.
I think I wouldn't even want to, Brian, have to relive all that and like just, you know.
Well, it depends on where you're at with your life and what's going on, I think, for a lot of these people. And there's no right answer on the test, right? Everybody has a different situation.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, like if it happened to me, I was like, man, I don't know if I want to bring that up necessarily now. Bubba the Love Sponge is involved, and I got my prostate touched at 6 caper.
And we already know that the prosecutor is not going to prosecute that doctor anyways.
Yeah. No, I mean,
That's Bubba the Love Sponge.
Oh, it's
my
Bubba the
Lord.
Love Sponge.
I mean, honest to God, do we really need many more examples of crimes or things that have happened to me that the average person would have gotten, you know, justice by the state attorney of pressing charges on the people that wronged them? But I mean, how many more examples do I need? I got at least 3 or 4 big ones. Like, I don't have the same rights. I know a lot of people like want to say all guilty people, everybody in prison's innocent, right? Like, truly, if you ask everybody in prison, now I know I got a couple articles about some that really were, but for the most part, everybody in prison did it. But everybody's a jailhouse lawyer, and he didn't do it. Well, I don't want people to think that that I frolic around through life saying, you know, woe's me, I didn't do anything wrong, because I did plenty wrong, and I have, you know, I myself to blame for the majority of it. But there's been some instances where I have been a victim on some pretty egregious crimes, and the that's Bubba factor was and is continually being factored in. You're an attorney, would you not? I mean, and you hate me. You're an attorney, and you always go against me if you can, unless it's a no-brainer. And what's your opinion on my statement?
Yeah, I mean, it's usually the people around you that are the victims, but then nothing happens because you're involved with them.
Yeah, but the Hogan, you know, the Hogan.
Well, you're really not the victim in that, but yeah, I mean, it's more.
Well, I was,
but I mean,
I got fired.
No, yeah, that the fallout. But what I'm saying is, of the crime that happened and was committed, I would say more
criminally. Yeah, you're right.
Criminally, it's more Hootie and
civilly. Civilly, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, no, but I mean, the fallout of what happened to you was
still never was properly prosecuted.
No,
and it was actually in the city of Tampa by Mark Ober. Actually no prost.
Well, on multiple levels, it was federally, because they had him there too. I mean, I've never heard of them going through all that trouble of an FBI and all that, and not going after the people that.
It'd be interesting to see it'd be interesting if there was a statistic, and probably there's not, because it would be them telling on each other. But it would be interesting to see is how many times has the FBI, wired up a guy, had agents in the next room. I guess what you could potentially call a sting operation, a takedown, a hardwire, meeting. And how many of those have they had and then didn't prosecute?
Usually, when they got the evidence that they were looking for. I mean, let's just be clear on that.
Yeah, true. Like, hold on. Not that they did this sting and the bad guy with the 50 Ks of Coke was supposed to have 50 Ks of Coke, and he showed up with an empty suitcase and said, I knew you guys were fed trying to get me in trouble. Ha ha, see you later. Right? I mean, there's probably some of that. And they don't prosecute Brian because they didn't get the evidence that they needed. Right? Or they have a guy that comes into a hotel room and he was supposed to, I don't know. Not all of the times do they get what they need, but how many instances have they arranged a sting, agents next door in the hotel room? They have a Hogan, they have two or three people, the victims of said crime, wired up. They're listening in the next door. Money is exchanged, which is what needed to be done in order to complete this criminal act. And the FBI, comes blasting through the doors. They arrest the two parties that were the targets. We could call them the targets, correct?
Right.
You arrest the two targets because they've given you enough evidence to arrest them, and then it just disappears.
Poof.
It just disappears.
Like the doctor's finger into young little Mach.
Oh, God.
Wow, what a workaround, but not a good one.
Debatable.
You're not the one that determines your score, bitch. We are. You
It was a good callback.
I still want to hear.
heavy.
I don't want to get squirreled out of hearing that story. Is what I'm saying. I want to delve into the Mach fiddled by his pediatrician.
I don't think Mach wants to. I think Mach.
He brought it up.
He openly said it.
Mach.
Who brings it up if they don't want to talk about that?
Do you want to talk about this or not?
I mean, not get into details, but basically, like when you're 6 years old and your mom is asked to leave the room, and then the guy puts on rubber gloves and does that, you're like, you think it's normal, but now you know it's not. So it's just, I wanted parents to be more aware of, like you said, ask the doctor what they're doing.
Yeah, and never leave the room.
How many times did it happen to you? Was it just
once? And this is the reason I don't want to pursue anything is because the son of the doctor, he had a son that took over. It was very professional. Never had a problem. Was
right.
great.
It was just his dad that was the creepo.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
Sorry
horrible.
that happened to you.
And
Man.
listen,
like, whoa.
And for all you people out there that are parents, like, I can't think of any instance where a doctor. I mean, even you, Brian, you've seen your daughter. And I don't want this to sound creepy, but up until a certain age, it's okay for a dad to see their daughter naked.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not a big deal. Now when she gets to start going through puberty and starts developing boobs and things like that, well, then you give her privacy. But like if what is your daughter, 7?
No, she's 5.
She's 5. And let's say that, there was an instance where they needed to take her shirt off so they could analyze like maybe something, a nodule that was on her back or maybe on her chest or on her little whatever. And they asked her to take her top off. And she's a 5-year-old. Like, you could even shower with her up until a certain age, and it's not creepy to see your kid naked. So I can't think of any instance where the doctor could ever have a reason why the parent should leave the room. Like there's nothing that you can do or expose to me from my child that's considered creepy, or I don't need to be present to witness how you're handling my kid. Right? Unless it was an X-ray situation and they were doing an X-ray on your kid's arm because he fell out of a tree and he broke it, and you don't need to be in the X-ray room because of the radiation and stuff. So you could be around the corner. You could even be where they stand. Right? Don't they go behind like a little wall?
Yeah, like a little lead-filled wall that
right.
Usually has like some sort of glass viewing or whatever.
Right. You could go back there. Just hang out back there while they're doing different images of your child's leg, arm, whatever they broke. But man, never, ever let a doctor talk you into, Mr. Matrone, I need you to leave the room now. We're checking your 5-year-old's whatever.
Okay, have fun.
Yeah. Okay. I think your kid would almost be almost as traumatic on your kid as your kid's like, Dad, stay with me here.
Yeah, Aria would freak out if I left the room.
And I can see why. I'd be like, Mom, just stay in here with me. I don't care if you see my balls, Mom. You see them all the time when I'm, your mom sees your balls.
Of course.
That never gets weird.
Well,
There's no cutoff for that age.
It does get weird. I think your mom seeing your balls probably
it gets weird.
Needs to start wrapping up
Probably
about
around-
10.
Grabbing your mom's boobs.
9, 10s. Mom might not want to be able to take your balls for a glance.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah. I mean,
But you still grab your mom's boobs.
Yeah, but it's
there's no statute of limitations.
Yeah, you tell me that. First of all, grabbing your mom's boobs isn't that creepy.
It's pretty cool, actually.
It's too
It's not
adult.
creepy.
It's too adult.
It's too adult.
Now it is.
I'll grab my sister. I'll grab my sister's boobs too.
Yeah, that's not
sometimes.
weird at all.
Like, what's up? How's those big cannons doing? And I'll just go. I don't grab as much as I just fun bag. I just go like,
Yeah.
Grabbing would be weird. Fun bagging's cool.
Yeah, I don't grab them and like
Yeah, that'd be sexual and gross.
I don't grab and like start
I don't motorboat my mom.
No, but I will. but I will fun bag them. I'll go like bam, 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 bam.
Yeah, that's how you bond.
Yeah, my mom's like, oh, Fweetness, quit
That's
it.
what she said.
Quit
She
it,
just,
Fweetness.
oh, you silly little boy.
Fweetness, quit messing with my boobs. And then Tara will be like, you're such a sicko. I'll be like, you guys are just like giving you some fun bag. Like, that's how open our family is. Let me fun bag you,
What do they do
sissy.
to you? Do they give you like a little nut check or something?
No, they don't.
Don't touch me.
They're not allowed to touch me. You're my property. I'm not your property.
They're not. They don't nut check me. But listen, I mean, we just whatever.
What? Why? What is? I mean,
it's funny. It's fun. It's
funny. It's fun.
It's us. It's the way we are.
It sounds like it's you.
My family.
Yeah,
it doesn't sound like it's them at all. It's us. They're into it.
Well, I mean, if they really didn't like it, they'd be like, really, seriously.
Stop dressing that way.
No, they would be like, seriously, don't grab our boobs, okay? Really, seriously.
And if they said that, would you respect it?
Of course I would.
Not.
Of course I would. Like if my sister said, really, seriously, when you give me, like, I'll go up and just go, like, this little fun bag action. And if she said to me, really, that's kind of gross and it kind of creeps me out, it's not funny, then I wouldn't do it anymore.
How does she react when you do it?
Like, whatever. She just me being me. She's like,
Stop.
stop, Bubba, you weirdo.
So she says, "Stop, you weirdo." But that's not enough to make you stop.
But it's fun. It's not like stop for real. It's like
it's like a yes no. It's like she's saying no, but she means yes.
Yeah, well, exactly. There are some instances in life that's appropriate.
When she's like, "Stop."
Exactly. Stop playing with my jugs.
Stop it, brother.
And I don't do it very it's just a greeting, like pew pew.
Yeah, it's just a greeting.
It's like two dogs sniffing each other's butt.
No, but it's literally
slap her ass.
Like I walk up and just go pew,
lick
pew,
her face.
Pew pew. Like it's not even a real long. It's like maybe a half a second ordeal. I'll just walk up and say, "What's up, sissy?" Because that's what I call her. And I go, pew.
And you do it every time you see her?
No, like only like when we're at
special occasions.
Yeah.
Only like when we're
Only
at her house, and I'm walking in from the garage, and she's in the kitchen working, slaving over the stove, and I'll go over and give her a kiss, and just give her a pew pew, like that, and she's like, "Oh, stop it." And then my mom will come in. "Oh, sweetness, I'm glad that you're here. I love you. I miss you so much." I'll go, "Hey, Mom, I give me a kiss," and she gives me a kiss, and I'll go like pew pew.
So the kiss has to precede you fun bagging.
No, hold on. Not if there's. I wouldn't fun bag them like if there was anybody outside of my family there. Like like.
You wouldn't do it in front of me.
Yeah, I'd probably do it in front of you
because I'm family.
But I wouldn't do it in front of like Brian's wife.
Yeah.
Now I do.
Why would you not do it in front of my wife?
Because I don't know her. But I know you. I know every asset of you.
But you're literally talking about it on the air to everybody.
No, but like
she would tell
you
me.
would get it. She wouldn't. That's the difference.
I really don't.
No, you get it. You get it.
Hold on. You would get it and tolerate it.
Of course I'm going to put up with it. I'm not the victim of the sexual assault.
Whatever could that bell be for?
Oh, it's
35.
We're going so. God, I'm so hungry, and I really just want to like almost eat your coffee.
And you hate coffee.
Yeah, but I just feel like I just need something.
You don't. Your body's fine.
Your body's cannibalizing your muscles right now.
No, it's not.
Just eat some jerky.
Yeah, it is.
Pop open that curtain.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
I got till 8 o'clock.
That's whole top round right there. That's just sliced.
It'll just make you more hungry if you have a little piece of something.
Yeah, my mouth is really dry and real hungry.
Well,
but
maybe
you know
have some water.
Have a
you
Snickers.
thought of water?
You're not yourself when you're hungry, Bubba.
Oh my God.
Brian, by the way, I'm not going to mention any numbers, but I feel as if I kind of maybe broke that little rut, that 278, 279 rut. I think I broke it yesterday.
Woohoo! Good on you, man.
I'm so proud of you.
So that starts and stops, Brian, with me having the willpower to wait till 8 o'clock for me to eat.
Yeah,
except this little deal I got going
I've got
on.
an hour and a half for you to get progressively more angry, and it's not going to go well.
No, it's
you
not.
mean hangry, mad,
angry,
like irritable.
Yeah,
yeah,
and that's not good. That's not a good recipe.
No. But I actually think that's some of the best radio. It may not be the most comfortable for y'all, but I think it's the best. I think the fans really rally behind an irritable Bubba. I think so. I think they like that.
Depends.
Irritable Bubba syndrome, IBS.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Hey, we'll be right back.
Because water will help, settle down the stomach.
No, I'm good.
All right.
Anger is a transient state. You just figure it out.
Well, I mean, the problem is we've become as a people incapable of being uncomfortable, and so that slight bit of hunger and
Good
discomfort.
morning, Buzzman.
It used to be common. Think about when you were like a kid in school and you didn't have snacks. You didn't bring them snacks.
And you're right, Brian. And by like 10:30, because you'd been up since like 7, or maybe
Or
6:30.
6,
Your mom fed you breakfast about 6:30. So by the time you get to bus and everything, so about 10:30, you've gone 4 fucking hours, and you got another hour before lunch. And that's like the worst. And that's back when you couldn't go to your locker and your mom and dad had you couldn't have snacks.
Yeah, I didn't bring snacks to school.
No, you couldn't even have them because they said it would cause bugs and ants and all that kind of bullshit.
Yeah, they wouldn't let us eat snacks. Now they coddle these kids and feed them during the day. Actually, my daughter needs it though. She starts. We drop her off at school around 7:20, and she doesn't get lunch until noon. And as a 5-year-old, that's a long fucking time to go. Because she eats breakfast right when she wakes up, so 6:15, 6:30.
But I sent you a link from Macho Man.
For breakfast, she'll do usually one of the Nature's protein bars that I do, or something like that, or Kids Cliff Bar. Sometimes she'll do like Publix has these little muffins. She'll do a muffin in the morning. She'll ask for eggs sometimes. Eggs are a little more rare, but sometimes she'll go, Daddy, make me eggs. But that's generally, she more grazes for breakfast. She'll drink a glass of milk. And her snack at school is like the mega-sized goldfish. She loves the big ones. Yeah. And then lunch is usually a sandwich, string cheese, strawberries, applesauce, some almond crackers with peanut butter, and then
she's pretty clean.
I mean, we try, I
mean, for a kid that's clean as fuck.
The problem is, like, you can't. So it used to be you could control what your kid ate at school by giving them money for lunch, right?
Right.
So you give them just enough money to buy their main meal at lunch. Well, now they give them these fucking accounts.
They say you got fucking.
And then so we can check it, but we can't check it in real time. So it comes in at the end of the day. We're like, she ordered a fucking ice cream at lunch again.
Yeah.
And there's no regulation of it. Like,
right, they don't at point of purchase. They're not fucking policing it.
Yeah, no, the school wants it. That's a moneymaker for the cafeteria.
Right. So the school's like, hey,
they allow that.
Yeah.
Maybe your daughter didn't even want it, and they tried to upsell her.
Yeah. Hey, kid, look at the bin next to you there.
Grab
a strawberry shortcake bar.
You see that you got $37 in your account. That ice cream's only $1.50.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Yep. Yeah, and so she started doing that. Like, the first 2 weeks of school, she's like, I want to order lunch. And we're like, why the fuck do you want to order shitty school lunch? We're like, whatever. So we were letting her do it 1 or 2 days a week, and then we start checking what she ordered.
The account.
Like, oh, this fucker is eating all the shit.
She's fucking.
This fucker's eating all the shit.
I love it. She figured she gamed the system.
Yeah.
Oh, girl, how old is she?
She's 5.
She's gaming the system
she knows
already.
How to work it. She negotiates with me on everything. Everything's a negotiation in my house.
Oh yeah.
Everything. And I like it. I like that she doesn't just.
That's why you're so impossible here.
Like, what does she try to negotiate?
Because you fucking get it so bad at home.
How much more time to play? She'll try and negotiate a couple extra bucks on her allowance. Everything is a negotiation.
Does she do chores?
You've created that monster.
Oh, I love it. I don't want a kid that's just gonna sit there and be like, yeah, Dad.
You know what? You're right. As long as you can control it.
Yeah, and as long, I mean, she knows when I use my dad voice, that's it. Like there is no negotiating.
Yeah.
Yeah. But she'll push it up to that point.
Right. She'll fucking work it until she's just like you. She works it until she's worked it too hard, then she'll back it down a notch. See? She's learned all of this from you.
Well, she'll be like, I got all smiley faces this week on my school notes, or she knows what to do. I did really good on my progress report. Yeah. She got all E's and 1 S.
Oh, I remember E's and
S's.
Yeah. Is it like E plus or something too? Like
no, they don't have E plus. They have E/S. E. They changed what it stands for, but yeah, what the fuck is it?
What the fuck else could it stand for?
It's not excellent. It's No, it's like this long descriptor of what that means for the subject area that they got the grade in. And then S is not satisfactory. It's like sufficient showing of like for up to the grade level expectation or whatever it is. And then N is needs to be worked on or whatever.
Needs improvement.
Yeah. So she got three E's and an S.
And they do it a week. It's a weekly deal, or
No. This was for the first half of the grading period. So the first eighth of the year.
Huh.
So.
I haven't thought about that in
Yeah.
like 25 years.
Yeah. So she's doing good with the reading, which is good. She's the type that she's just like me. If she can't get it right away, she's not really into it. And then
It must come easy.
Not that it must come easy, she must be good at it.
Nowhere near the rare air at the top of the heap.
I mean, we know what's important.
More like the bottom feeders existing on the scraps of society.
You just babbling about.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Mach, I do agree with your intermittent fasting could burn more muscle than fat if you didn't do it right. But I think I don't know if I'm doing it right or not. But you be in the gym, bitch. You don't know that I'm doing. Shut up. Shut. God.
Oh no! Eat the jerky. Eat the jerky.
Teeth gritted. Let me. When I get my teeth gritted, I'm mad as hell.
She doesn't want Macho to be right on this one.
No, I want to make a statement to both of you on both sides of the fence and give you what's happening to me before anybody starts making any type of predictions. Here's the deal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm big on intermittent fasting now. I got it through Anna. I think I'm doing it right. Well, you know what? Technically, I'm not really doing it right, but I'm doing it.
You're moving in the right direction.
I'm doing it. It's still very beneficial.
Yes.
The way even though I'm probably messing up a little bit, and that being that I should just be drinking water or hot, the type of herbal teas that she likes,
or black coffee,
like that's the only thing I should consume while I'm fasting. Yeah. She's kind of my sensei on this. She has said that I do drink about 2 Monsters while I'm fasting, which is a total of 20 calories, 10 calories per deal.
Yeah.
So that's 20. So technically, I'm not doing it correctly, but I'm getting great results. And I think it's just even me doing it 90% of the right way, I think is really shocking my body in a good way, and I'm having good results.
Those 10 calories are negligible.
So exactly.
Yeah.
But
if you were having a lot of carbs or
and there's no carbs in this.
Yeah, then that would be a little problematic. But it like Brian said, it's insane.
I mean, it's like taking a vitamin in the morning. That probably has 5 or 10 calories in it, like a chewy vitamin or whatever.
And by the way, I do take a handful of vitamins that probably
have
50 calories, maybe.
Calories.
No. I mean, probably with my Monsters and my pills, I'm probably 45 to 50 calories.
Yeah. Those capsules are usually bovine.
Like sugar in them a little bit.
Well, they're bovine fat, and so that's what encapsulated. They're made from.
All right, so whatever. I mean,
mostly, unless you're getting
to
like
a 277-pound man, I think it's very negligible.
Sure.
So, and I think but now, Macho Man, the only thing that I have to gauge by is by one, how I look in the mirror when I take my clothes off and I kind of flex up a little bit and my muscle tone, and then 2, my strength in the gym. So that would be kind of, I've actually been seeing some pretty damn good gains strength-wise in the gym. Now, if I was losing muscle, I don't know if maybe there's an instance where you can lose muscle and continue to get stronger, but I don't think that that's how it goes.
Mm-mm.
So, Macho, I mean, if I'm doing this intermittent fasting, you send me an article that potentially I could be losing muscle from it, but in the gym, which I go at least 3 times a week, and mostly 4. If I'm getting stronger, like I just added, like yesterday when I did bench, I added 10s on each side for my bench, just my workout part. So I put 20 extra pounds on for my workout. So would you say that potentially I'm not Losing,
it gets to a
losing
certain
muscle.
point. I mean, if you're getting the protein grams per day, you're good there with the muscle. But I mean, your body does shut down after a while if you starve it too much.
No, I understand
and
that.
It holds on to that stubborn fat.
But when I do eat, trust me, I'm getting my proteins, and I promise you.
Well, if it's working for you, that's fine.
Oh, it is. It's working for me.
I mean, everybody's body is different. There's no fits all thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
even
hate
with
this Instagram people.
intermittent fasting,
Results may vary.
Going 18 hours may not be what's ideal for you. You may be a 16-hour guy. You may be a 15-hour guy. You just got to find what works best. And I mean, there's nutritionists that can help you, but
I'm so into it now, Anna, that
what happened to Oclimpic?
We already discussed that.
I'm not doing that anymore.
Oh, okay.
So
that's a good call, by the way. I think.
I mean, listen, it really, really, really works. It really, really does work. But I figure that if I can do this intermittent fasting and my little workout regimen, and my factor meals, and kind of I'm not only am I intermittent fasting, but I'm also trying to eat a little bit better. Now I did go down and have that stupid ass elk burger yesterday, but that's the only thing I had all day. Like I had positioned myself on knowing that I was going to have probably a cheat. The food review isn't the most healthy thing.
That's fine. That's totally fine.
But I figured that in. My fasting routine. Usually, my last meal is so I didn't eat after the show was over. I didn't eat. I usually like to eat right after the show's over too, just get something in. I didn't eat until I went to Arby's and got the big game burger.
Yeah, and I encourage cheating on a weekly or bi-weekly basis, because otherwise you binge if you restrict too long. And trust me, I know, because I've done it many times.
So I feel like if I can intermittent fast and go to the gym a little bit more, eat a little cleaner, be a little more mindful, and what I'm eating, stick pretty good as much as I can to the intermittent fasting. I don't know that I need the Oclimpic. Oclimpic is for those that probably don't want to put as much time in the gym. Just want to curb their $50, Lummy, on the super chat. Did you see that?
Hall of Famer Scout and Big Gulp.
Babyface Thursday.
Oh, you know what, Lummy? Did we? I know we didn't miss it, but I just was going through the numbers yesterday as I'm closing the books out for the month. Only 2 business days left. PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. We're just like Russell Brand, man. We need you to help us out and fund us. Really, truly, Russell Brand needs to take a pay. He might want to call me up, Brian, but like, hey, Russell, let me show you how to make, let me show you the business template, so to speak, on being able to set up a model so that your fans, listeners, and watchers will help fund your program.
Mount Plaisir, 25 on the Venmo.
Bag, grovel, and panhandle.
Yeah. And be funny, and then throw in a couple little telethon willies in there. Don't forget PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, all at the Bubba Army.
Okay.
And then Anna, no, but hold on. Let's say that Russell Brand. By the way, he's got a much more devout following than we do. Let's just be honest.
Just like a larger audience.
A bigger number, a bigger piece of population knows who he is. And why he's got that many more eyeballs on him. If he had a year-end party in California or wherever he lives, I don't know, where does he live? I
think he's in the States.
I think he probably has one in each, location.
All right, but anyway,
Texas,
if you donated, over, and with his number would have to be far higher. Like if ours is 2,400, his would have to be like 10 grand. Or, 15 grand or something like that, because he's that big of a megastar.
I think he needs to stay away from parties for a while.
Yeah.
As a former addict and
just
rapist.
saying though, man, can you imagine if the Russell Brand had a BARP type concept?
Oh yeah.
I mean, he could
kill it.
Anyway, Lummy, and speaking of support and appreciation, we didn't miss the Nikki Peeled 500 yesterday.
We said that yesterday.
Word.
Did I make a big deal about it, or did I gloss over it?
It was the first horn. No, it was the first horn of pretty much of the day.
Oh my God! I was looking at I think it was our Venmo yesterday.
Yes, it was.
I was looking at our Venmo because again we're closing out the books, seeing if we got to see if we got enough.
I can make payroll.
Making sure. No, for honest, Brian, true, for real. See if I can make payroll. See what we got going on. And then so this week alone, Lummy, as most people got their BART money in, most people, this is not a real aggressive time for people to give because you just got your BART like this in February. This month here, like September, October, and like January, February, Lummy are usually our 4 slowest months because people have either gotten all their money in for BART or they just got done with BART.
Or they're saving up their money to pay to go to BARP and,
or something like that.
Hotel room,
but then
holidays.
But then you just got these pimps like Nikki Peeled and John Kostika and Joe from the West Side and my boy Mark from Tarpon and
Business
Kenny Press.
The heavy hitters.
The heavy hitters who says, listen, we don't abide by the just barely get in by the 2,400 standards. We like to give all year. We like to give large amounts. That's how much we love the show. That's how much we love you too. So thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Very humbling. I would never have thought when I first started radio back in 1986 that they were going to come to me and say, listen, you're not going to really make that much off the radio, but you're going to be on, you're going to be blasted on all kinds of different streaming. It wasn't even streaming back in 1986. They're going to be able to broadcast your show from this warehouse in Tampa, Florida with all these cameras. And you're going to be like on 5 or 6 different visual aspects, like almost TV. And then you're going to take that audio of yours, they're going to put it on 6 or 7 terrestrial radio stations, but that ain't going to pay you that much. But then you're going to put it on these other things like TuneIn and BubbaArmyRadio.com and then there's going to be this thing called a podcast that after you get done doing your show, you got to do another show. And they throw it up there on called a podcast kind of deal, and though you'll make money on that too. Like, what? I remember I just used to have to do one show and they pay me a couple $1 million.
And I get a cut of the beepers and pagers and Julie's limousines.
Back in the day, man, I had shaking everybody down. So anyway, Lummy, Nikki Peeled and his hot wife and John Kostika and my little Valparaiso, thank you so very much. And by the way, we will have a hotel link and or promo code, Lummy, and the host hotel information by Tuesday.
Nice.
So we'll put that on, Facebook. We'll deliver that to the people that are, I just don't want to put it up on Facebook. And next thing you know, people that are not BARP qualified are trying to sneak into BARP and they got them a hotel room and all kind of deal.
It's going to be the JW Marriott downtown, everybody, if you're looking to
No, it's not.
Just let them do it.
It's going to be one of these.
Let them book their rooms down there.
No.
At $500 a copy.
I will tell you this, Lummy. I think I got at least, we looked at hotel rooms, in that little area over there. Where they, it's walking distance from the studios, and it was like $264, $275, and right now Merch Creek's got them down to $189.
Nice.
So,
Fish on J30 on the Cash App.
So, we'll have all that information. Let me make sure people know that you just can't be sneaking into BARP. And what's the official ruling on Hootie? Is he bringing it back? I think I've agreed that, he can come to BARP. I think we ordered him a ring, but it is upon returnal. I don't know if that's a word or not.
It is now.
Returnal?
It's upon returnal, Lummy, of said cream machine with title. Now, you're my spokesperson for that. Will you please update me on where we stand with that?
Yeah, I just sent him a text because he was supposed to get back to me on what his final decision was going to be, and he hasn't gotten back to me. So he was going to get it checked out by a mechanic to see what exactly was wrong with it. So, but I have not heard back. So I just sent a message to him.
All right. Well,
I will keep up on it. Make sure.
Let me get back to me on that. All right.
I will.
I was watching the Rays. They won last night, or I was watching the highlights of them. They killed. Boston was really horrible this year, were they not?
Rays are 53-27 against Boston since 2019.
And what's Rays? How many games are left?
The Rays have 3 left.
They could hit 100 games, right? They've won 97 games. I think the Rays have won 97 games.
They're 96 or 97.
Say you're so sorry.
So sorry. No, I was just trying to think about it. That's
pretty
all.
much fielding a AAA team right now too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, almost, with the exception of like Paredes and
so
Ramirez, I guess.
How many times have the Rays won 100 games?
12 twice.
Right.
Twice or 3 times.
And just think about it. We're going to win at least 98 games. Probably maybe closer to 9. I mean, right now the Rays have 3 games left. We've won 97 games. If we win out, which we could very well, or we could not because we got a bunch of AAA dudes in there, but nonetheless, first one of the day. We're going to win 98, 99 games, right?
Yeah, we got 3 against Toronto. They're fighting for their lives in Toronto, so we may only win 1 or who cares at this point?
Yeah.
They're not going to win the division.
Right, but here's what sucks is that we're going to probably end up playing Houston or Toronto, right?
Yeah, Houston.
And
it's looking more and more like it's going to be Toronto, but Houston's there's a chance.
Now, the Rays' final 3 games are against Toronto.
Yeah, in Toronto.
Could they lay down? Brian, this sort of thing probably does happen in sports. The Rays are so statistically motivated, like it's all Billy ball or it's a form of Silverstein ball, whatever. But the Rays have this formula. And the head coach is the head coach, but they have all types of different parameters and paradigms. That they know which one, Brian, they would prefer to play, right?
Yeah. Statistically, they have it down, and it's definitely going to be Toronto over Houston.
They would want to, yes, absolutely. So could you see them if they lost out and Toronto won out? I think Toronto goes. I think if Toronto wins out, Toronto goes, right?
Yeah, Toronto. Yeah, there's no way for Houston to pass Toronto.
If Toronto wins out, they go.
They have 4 more games, and they would have to win, including 1 against the Yankees, I think.
They do have 4. I thought you said
No, the Rays have 3. They have off today, but most all teams in baseball are playing today. The Rays are one of the few teams that have a travel day today. That's why they partied last night.
All right.
To celebrate their postseason success.
So it's probably it's about a 99% chance. I can't see the Rays going to Toronto and just really trying that hard, because
the benefit is
will they try hard?
The minor leaguers are going to come up, and that's a positive sometimes in minor leaguers.
So where do you put the major leaguers? You can only have so many people on the roster.
Well, I'm saying
the rosters expand at the end of September, so they get to bring up some kids, like 5, I think, extra roster spots or 3.
So do you probably put every one of them to start, right? To give your veteran off and to lose the game.
No,
because Toronto's
here's the thing, those kids are going to try. Those kids are auditioning.
You're saying it's a double-edged, triple-edged, maybe a four-edged sword, and the fact that these AAA guys might actually be trying harder than the old veterans.
Exactly.
That's what I was saying is that they come up, they're going to try harder, and Toronto's trying harder. So if these AAA guys can prove that against a playoff caliber team that they can hold their own,
not only a playoff caliber team, but a playoff caliber team that is in a must-win situation.
Exactly, and these guys come up and just put it to them. Then they look that much better going.
Yeah, but then we look like a bunch of dicks, and we have to play Houston, and Houston has our number at Trop. I'm telling. I think I saw the statistic, and especially we have done better. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've done better in Houston than we have hosting them.
Houston actually has a losing record at home compared to their away.
So what is Rays versus Houston at Houston? What's that statistic? And what's Rays versus Houston at Rays
this year?
Yeah.
Well, the Rays and Houston are 3-3 this year.
All right. What are the?
Rubs $100 on the super chat.
It's on the super chat, along with the 50 from the Scout and the Biz.
It's 1-2 in one place and 2-1 in the other. I mean, it's not some huge split. Like historically, going back, that would be something I'd have to.
No,
look
historically,
up. So
I think
they
they've
won 2 in Houston, lost 1, and they were 1-2 at home at the Trop against them.
All right. So anyway, I'm just saying, just the vibe and the way we match up. I think we match up better with Toronto than we do Houston. Houston scares me.
Well, we're 5-5 against Toronto on the season going into these last 3 games. And we're 3-3 against Houston on the season, and we're obviously done playing them.
So I don't know. Who would you rather play?
Because of experience and because they
Toronto.
have Verlander, I would rather play Toronto over Houston.
Right.
Houston's just that team, right? They're not going to get flapped up by the moment.
Houston scares me. Houston scares me. They're a wild card team that can make it to the playoffs because they know how to win. They have a ton of playoff. I mean, Houston, Brian, since they made the trek into the Atlantic, from the National League to the American League. And I don't know, for the last, they've had a really, really, really competitive. Remember back when they were the Astros? They were a joke for the most part. They had a couple good years, but they weren't nearly as dominant as
still the Astros.
Yeah, but I'm saying
National League Astros.
But what I'm saying though, Brian, is it seems like the last 10 or 15 years they've really turned their program around.
It's been like the last 8 years for them.
Yeah, I mean
they've been competitive every single year.
Hall of Fame T-shirt will 20 on the Cash App, and the overall record for the Rays and the Astros, 20-22 at home for the Rays, so losing record there, and 16-20 away.
I mean, it's pretty. The splits are close. It's not. The Rays are going to be hosting it. That's the good news. Is that they're hosting the 3-game series?
It's just a 1-game shootout, is it not?
No, 3-game series.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's a 3-game.
The wild card is.
It is now. Yeah, the new format is extended. It's a three-game play-in series. With the Rays will host all 3 games. They don't have to go to Houston.
Oh, it's a 3-game series at home.
Yeah, and we are very, very good at home. One of the best home records the best home record in baseball, tied with the Dodgers.
The weird thing is, though, the Astros are really good away.
Yeah, they're not quite as good as we are at home away, but they're pretty good.
They're 48-30 away compared to 39-42 home.
Yeah, well, but the winner of the wild card, game plays who?
We would get Baltimore then.
Oh,
but here's the thing about Baltimore.
Their
luck's going to change at some point. They've won so many close games.
I was getting ready to say the one thing about Baltimore is this, Brian. Someday, soon, they're going to wake up and start playing like Baltimore.
Well, it's
they are so playing out of their ass.
It's not even
I'm
that.
waiting for them to fail, but they just haven't.
They're going to lose close games in the playoffs. That's going to happen to them. They won 1-0 the other night against the Nationals, and they have so many games like that this year. 5-4, 8-7. I mean, their record in 1-run games has got to be 20 games over 500 in 1-run games, where typically you see a more even split on those. So, yes, they're a good team. They're a solid team. They have a good young core. They don't have the relief pitching until you get to the closers. Yeah. And their starting pitching is not deep for a playoff run in those intense innings. So I like, if the Rays can get out of the wild card round, I like their chances against Baltimore.
And then who would they play? The winner of?
Well, that would be Texas Rangers
and the Twins.
And the Twins.
Oh, and neither one of those teams scare me at all.
Rangers they're a little scary.
All right, before I go to break, Lummy, I got a bunch of things to talk about when I come back.
Ranky 25 on the Cash App.
One, Lummy, can you get a hold of Big Red and tell him to please listen to the radio?
Yes.
Or can he just make sure he's monitored? I think, what was that movie called? The warden was on the horse. And I think maybe Clint Eastwood was in it, and he goes, "What we have here is a failure to communicate." And I think one of the Guns N' Roses songs opened up with that back in the day.
Civil War.
Yeah. And so I think we have that here in Red. I love you to death. I'm not being disrespectful in any way, shape, or form. I'm humbled by everything that you do for us. You do so much for us. You save me so much money on not having to hire somebody to do all the various things that you do. You are the absolute messiah of the building. You've put more hours in here. You've just done so much. I mean, from the stage to the guest riser to just everything.
Uh-huh.
But yep. I don't know that Big Red quite understands my vision for these red lights. So when I come back, I want to talk about that. Lummy, I got to talk about, I had a little bit of, with my food review yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
A little bit of just not the standard order, get the sandwich, review it. I was maybe going to tease a little bit of that. That gets released today at 5 o'clock on our YouTube channel, youtube.com at the Bubba Army. And then finally, before I go into words, Lummy, these are the times that I get sad. My good friend, my best friend in the entire world. Like literally, there's Larry Plummer, and then there's everybody else. Like Larry Plummer is like my all-time greatest. What's going on?
Brian's asking if I saw the 100 on YouTube. The C-Rubs.
Did you
got
not?
it.
You did?
Yeah.
Did you see-
Even the guy said it in chat. Said thanks. Sorry for trying to make you call your name.
Did you shout it out?
Sure did.
The 100 on the YouTube?
Yeah, super chat.
Thank you so
and then
very much.
you came. We had a super chat on Scum Big Hope.
Thanks.
You wouldn't have known it, but Lummy didn't kill his mic, so.
So anyway, listen, there's Larry Plummer, and then there's the whole, then my next level of friends, Dan, Sumo, Tom Bean, Jimmy Clevis,
Right.
Red, Creatine Travis, well, I think Red and Creatine Travis are probably on the next level down. So Larry Plummer, as you know, is the park superintendent of Warsaw, Indiana, and yesterday was a huge day for him. There's this old Center Lake Pavilion. It's this pavilion that's been this general purpose pavilion. It probably has a capacity of probably 400, 500, but people do weddings in there. They do community events in there. But I think it was literally built back in the 50s, and it looks like that too. It's an old building that had that people used for various things. Well, Larry rounded up a couple of the largest big swing and D, orthopedic manufacturers, Zimmer Biomat. Well, actually, I think they merged and they're one company, Zimmer Biomat. It'd be hard telling, if you do a Google search on what Zimmer Biomat's worth is.
All right.
It's probably zillions. So Larry got a $3 or $4 million grant or some type of deal, and they redid the Center Lake Pavilion and turned it into this, something you'd see in Miami. The insides look like something you'd see in Miami. It's all gray and
nice,
really really modern looking, and they have these big screen TVs and an AV deal, and so they had a ribbon cutting ceremony yesterday. Larry, being the park superintendent that oversaw the project and who will maintain the project, and then the mayor, and then the CEO of Zimmer Biomat. They flew in from Spain for this big ribbon cutting ceremony, and some of Larry's other friends were there to watch the ribbon. It was kind of a big deal in small town America. It was kind of a big deal.
Sure.
And those are the things that I wish I could be there for him.
It looks like their revenue is $6.94 billion.
6.94 billion.
Yes.
Is that a big company, Brian? That's a big company when you're in the B's, isn't it?
It's pretty big.
Right.
Yeah.
19,000 employees. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, Larry, I don't know if you're listening or not. Congratulations. I know that everybody is so very proud of you, and so am I. And I wish I could be at those type of things, because he's my best friend. He comes to my special events. So anyway, congratulations, Larry. I love you, buddy, and on your new pavilion. Merge Creek, when we were in town last, Larry was showing the pavilion. She goes, "Oh, this would be great for us to get married." I go,
Would you say that?
I go, "Shut up. I'm not getting married."
You won't?
No, I'm not getting.
Why not?
Why should I?
What?
Yeah. Oh, I'm kidding. I don't like marriage.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
And this is a hit town, and I'm a hit deputy doing a hit job in a hit jail.
Double sorry.
We have little bladders.
I'll be quick though.
Of course, little bladders for both.
Baby bladders, if you will.
Don't slam the door.
Yeah.
But I sent you the video of the failure to communicate line.
Yeah, I don't need it.
Gotcha.
Oh, maybe I do, because I'm going to talk. We're talking Big Red next. Let's get super beats done. Have you been doing what I told you on the gimmick?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know why. Kind of weird. Go, Brian.
Caminera looks good so far.
Yeah. What's his name? Looked good the last two games.
Mead.
No.
Margot's been doing well.
Yeah, that's who it is.
Yeah, Margot's done well. Paredes, how about him? 31 home runs, 97 RBI now. Every single home run to left field.
You know what I love?
What? Yeah, but I would have liked to seen the Yankees not finish 500 or above, but they're going to keep that streak going. It's actually good because they may not fire Cash and Boone now.
Exactly.
And the longer that they're there, clearly they're not getting the most out of their team.
No.
Man, but we were talking. What was the over/under? It was 90 wins or 89 wins for the Rays this year, and I'm smashing the over on that.
Yeah.
And I said, if they stay healthy, I like them to break 100 wins. And they would have. I mean,
who would have?
The Rays. They would have won 105 games easily this season if they didn't lose Springs, Rasmussen, and McClanahan. And Wander Franco to whatever he's going to have to do.
They don't really talk about that much.
Well, that's the smart thing to do.
What's the status on that?
MLB's investigating. They're doing a criminal investigation.
I know all that, but what's your...
They're not going to say shit about fuck until after the season. We won't hear about it until November, December.
So, but what's your spin on it?
He's probably not going to play in Major League Baseball again.
Ever again?
No. And I don't know whether or not he did it, but it didn't stop him with Trevor Bauer. Trevor Bauer didn't get charged criminally, but he's still blackballed and won't be playing in the MLB.
Was he as good of a prospect to this?
Not as a prospect. Bauer had already been established, but he was a good established pitcher.
He was a good reliever.
Yeah.
Just wonder.
He plays in Japan now.
But he wasn't on the level of Wander. I mean, he wasn't as big of a star as Franco, was he?
Well, Franco had the chance to be one of the biggest stars of the game.
But Bauer was already in for 5 to 7 years.
That's what I'm talking about. You're talking about a guy that has a chance to be, A-Rod type status.
Yeah, he did. Although what I saw from him this year didn't suggest that he was going to be that ultra high level. His defense is incredible. He had he was going to be a war machine. Put up really good overall metrics and numbers. Like Mike Trout, but maybe not be a complete and total difference maker.
Rays are 0-2. Rays are 0-2 on prospects that like little younger women. You know the other one?
Who was the other one? Wasn't Josh Hamilton?
Toe Nash.
What?
Toe Nash.
Toe Nash?
Remember Toe Nash?
No.
Remember Toe Nash?
No.
Yeah, they did the ball,
He never even played a game in the majors, though.
No, I was saying prospect.
Yeah, I mean, Wander was no longer a prospect. Wander, they lost a major fucking league.
But they touted him as the next coming of.
Do you think the Rays are trying like hell to get this to go away?
I mean, they're praying that it just goes away quietly and that he's not charged and he's vindicated.
I mean, do you think there's a chance of that?
Probably 5%, 10%.
That's it?
They don't have much money.
They'll have to work out the clause, the morality clause in that contract. No, the Braves are the real deal. They're the most complete team in baseball.
They really are.
They are.
I've watched them a little bit, and they're just so consistent.
Yep, and they don't have any holes or weaknesses.
That they're
Ding
gonna.
dong.
Broadcasting live
Filthy bastard!
from the den of sin. Just leave your morals at the door.
Yeah!
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We all have a heartfelt reason to support our blood pressure. In fact, more than half of the U.S. population would benefit greatly from some type of blood pressure support. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super Beets are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than just a healthy lifestyle alone. They're easy, and they're a convenient way to support your healthy blood pressure. And they promote heart-healthy energy, and we're all talking about Super Beets. I'm telling you right now, you can get 15% off. 15% off your first order by going to getsuperbeets.com.
Promo code Bubba.
No. Again, you can double your potential with Super Beets. You're going to get a free 30-day supply when you use my promo code, and then 15% off your first order by using promo code Bubba. Again, that's go to getsuperbeets.com. GET Super BEETS.com.
Promo code Bubba.
My phone on that one. Let me on stepping on you, kiddo. Sorry. Big Red, are you listening? First of all, Big Red, I love you. I'm so thankful and appreciative for you. I say your praise every time I walk in, and our studio looks like Times Square. I mean, compared to what it used to look, our world that we broadcast from has gotten far
brighter,
sexier, and cooler. With just all types of people that have helped, and mostly all the TVs and all the stuff's corner angled TVs and stuff like stage, mounted TVs. Everything's been pretty much installed by Big Red, and he's done just a wonderful job. And so I got these LED. First of all, I mean, one of the situations we may have here is I bought some not so good lights. Let me just be transparent and honest by saying that maybe these are not the lights that I thought they were. Maybe the little promo thing that I saw on the Amazon, what these lights could do. Maybe that's, maybe I got bamboozled and these are just some real stupid, cheap lights. Maybe. Macho, your mic is on. If you may feel the same, chime in. I think maybe these might be some real bullshit lights.
You need a protein bar, but yeah, Amazon has a tendency to do that.
Yeah.
They enhance the picture.
And Big Red's kind of said the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, these might not be what I thought they were. I thought they were going to be these LED lights, a big strip all the way around the studio, and they'd be able to go and chase each other and dim and make brighter and radiate and change colors and chase and whatever. I don't know that these lights can do that, but I do know that how I wanted them installed. Maybe they are the wrong lights, but even the wrong lights need to be installed correctly, right?
I think we just need a couple more TVs up there.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
So
what we've got here is failure to communicate.
So, Lummy, I just knew I needed to actually meet Big Red down in the studio and try to tell him what I wanted, because I've told you a million times.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of the mistakes, Lummy, is I've relied on you to give Big Red the instruction, and I don't necessarily know that if you even know what you're doing.
Well, if you want to blame me, that's perfectly fine.
I'm not trying
that's
to blame
why
you.
I also
I'm not
CC'd
trying
Macho, so we can blame Macho with it.
Looks like
those
Brian
photos,
schmarminess is wearing off on a lot of different co-hosts.
No, because every time if somebody doesn't do something right, it's like, well, I had Lummy communicate it, so Lummy's an idiot, so it's just not done right. When I have communicated, and I even got Macho involved to make sure that I wasn't going to be blamed on this.
Okay, so what I think Big Red installed these lights. Well, what we have here are these 12-foot walls that are red, and they are soundproofing. The entire studio is covered with these big red walls, and it's soundproofing. This, I mean, for this big of a space, this is a very, very dead soundproofed room. And in order to get a room this big and hollow to be soundproof takes a lot. And Craig and Danny, my guys who built this studio back when we built it this used to be a limousine warehouse where we're sitting right now, and we concreted it all, made it like a little bit, like almost like a bunker, but then that was concrete. You can't soundproof concrete, so we had to really overly soundproof this entire studio in order to get it to be soundproof. Mm-hmm. That being said, Lummy, the big walls, the fabric walls on the studio have a little lip on them, that I don't know how I can say this, but so Big Red took the lights and he ran them on the edge of the lip on the wall.
Would you say like an inch of lip?
And so
inch
almost like a little ledge.
So what we have here is, as Red is installing them on a ladder 14 foot above the ground, it looks like you can see the lights because you're looking straight on at them. You're putting them, Lummy, against the wall there, and you're looking straight on at them, right? You're looking you're probably maybe if you count your head and your shoulders and you're working down, you might actually be 2 feet taller than the peripheral vision of a person that's on the ground. So Big Red installs these lights, and I walk in, I'm like, where are they?
Babyface is looking for him.
I can barely see them.
So Brian, if you look over there, I can see 3 or 4.
Yeah, that
and
are
if
like.
If you look over there, you can see like 3.
You can see the very tippy tops of them. You need some 3M stickies on the edge.
Did Big Red not understand that when you install these lights, you probably need to exaggerate it a little bit on the install as far as like moving them up a little bit, because the people that are going to be looking at these lights, benefiting from this light, getting the vibe and letting the studio have a different, feel, are going to be on the ground looking up. And if you've tucked them behind the insulation, so to speak, we're not going to be able to see them. And so, like, I know I'm a prick and I know I'm going insane, but I mean, if you guys were to look at all the lights right now, how many can you see?
You see the 2 that are not installed very well there.
Okay, there should be the answer is like 2,500.
Are they strung up all the way?
Yeah. Oh, they're all the way around.
Are you serious?
Yes.
No way.
So, yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Right.
Oh, no.
And so I want it, and they can change colors and kind of chase and stuff. So now, Lummy, will you do me a favor, Lummy? Yep. Go over to the stage and see that strand of lights that's going between the TV and the Bubba Army sign. Will you turn them so you just turn them out so that Brian can see what these lights look like, and if they were above where they're supposed to be all the way around the studio, how that might be kind of a cool effect. Brian, what's taking so long? Jeez.
Yeah, I see those. He doesn't need to turn anything.
All right, but
it's just like a little LED light strip.
Right, and if that was on the very, very top of the perimeter of the perimeter of the room, and it was able to change colors and fluctuate or chase each, wouldn't that be kind of cool?
It would be cool. You have to adhere them though. You have to use like the 3M.
He could.
strips.
He's got all kinds of adhere. It's all adhered.
Yeah, that's all he has to do is just pull them forward.
I just don't understand. Lummy, I don't understand. And maybe you can help me understand. Or maybe we could get Big Red on the phone.
Did you
Big Red,
contact Big Red yourself?
No.
Oh, okay.
But I should have.
This is part of Bubba's problem, is he makes Lummy communicate everything on his behalf.
No, not even that. We'll send Big Red the clip, and then he can hear it.
And
God
bless God bless Lummy.
No.
God bless Lummy,
Bubba,
but his communication skills are not the greatest.
No, that is not. See, this is why I got pissed off and got Macho Man involved, because I knew that swarmy little Brian over here.
No, not even swarmy Brian. Me too.
Yeah, don't take it out on me.
Hold on.
Don't scapegoat me.
Well, I'm not going to attack Bubba.
Well, I mean,
Of course not,
but you should because hold on, but you should because I have the same opinion that Brian does, and that is, I don't know that you have the ability to quite to communicate what I really want.
I communicated it. Macho was on it, communicated it, and everyone came back and said that the lights suck.
Okay, well, that's not what the lights suck because they're too low. They need to be raised up. Here's what you should have said. Red, the lights need to be raised up so that when you are sitting at Bubba's position or any other host's position, that you can visually see each little pimple of the light around the perimeter of the very top of the sound wall. That's what.
Why didn't you just text Red?
At any point in time, did he get down off the ladder though to look at the work?
That's what I said.
I mean, I will say this: even if there was a bad communication,
here's my communication.
Big Red, call in if you can.
I don't think he's up yet. I said this to Brian, the Big Red. Ready? And it text, and Andy and Macho has it. Can you see them from the couch area? Because he sent me a picture from when he was on top of the ladder.
But hold on, but even the couch area is 18 inches higher than the ground area.
But you still can't see it from the couch area.
Okay.
That's why I just was asking him to send a picture from the couch area. So at least because he said that the lights were turned down and he needed to turn them up. And when he sent me the picture, you could see them and said that was the best that it could possibly be.
Well, I got to think, hold on. I got to think that the best that could possibly be would be if you would just take this existing strip and move up about 3 or 4 inches, maybe 2 to 3 inches. Just move them up, and then you would see them. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Why didn't you just text Red, Bubs?
Because I wanted Lummy to do
it.
Because Bubba doesn't do that well.
I asked him if he could stick it either above it or even in front of the
Macho Man. What do you got? What do you got to say about?
Comment or
Macho? I have no comment on that.
Macho's not even going to stand up for me. That's kind
Macho,
of
you do have to have a comment.
It all comes back to the lights suck.
See, that's what I got, Bubba. I even said, can we put them above?
But hold on,
even
even suck lights can be
suck lights
can be displayed.
If you do what you're asking to do, you're going to see that white strip on the wall, so it's going to look cheap.
That's another thing I got told.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm calling from PA, and I wanted to let you know your app doesn't work anymore. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we know it doesn't work.
Lights don't work. App doesn't work.
We know the app is down. We are completely redoing BubbaArmyRadio.com right now. And one of the things while we're under construction is the app's not working. I'm assuming you have an Android phone because it usually it's an
iPhone, and I tried to Google you this morning, but it's kind of like scrambled.
Just go to either reinstall your Bubba Army app. That might fix it. Delete it. Reinstall it. That might fix. Or just go get the TuneIn app and type in Bubba Army.
All right.
You might have to listen. Then listen. Hold on. In the next 30 to 45 days, we will have this whole new project redone, and the apps. This will not happen to you again.
Awesome.
Okay, bud.
Hey, I haven't listened for a while. I used to hear Brent on there. Is Brent still around there?
Oh my God, you haven't listened in a while. You haven't listened in a long time. Brent left in
about a year ago. He was doing podcasts.
Yeah, Brent does some one-offs with me and Brian. We do. Brent dabbles on the show in different ways from time to time.
All
right, man. Appreciate it.
Well, but also I asked, can we put it higher up or even on the soundproofing in front? And then what Macho said, then you would see the white and it would look stupid.
Yeah,
so I did communicate that, and I was told no.
All right. Well, here's my new idea. That we take them down and that we maybe
recycle them.
String them on the girders of where the lights are. Do you understand what you probably will not understand what I'm saying.
Are you past the Amazon return window?
No, I guess I'm not. Hold on.
Just return them.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's rip them down and return. Rip and return. And then, Macho, I get with you on some lights that potentially could do what our vision is. Okay? Hello?
Well, I'm looking at these stretch slim LCD display.
No, the answer is yes. The answer is I said you and I get together and look at some other options to do what we want, and let's return these. Are you cool with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks. So let me.
I'll text Big Red, let him know if he wasn't listening.
Just to take him down.
To take him down and
roll him up. And we still need that TV in the corner installed.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably what we need. If he still wants to do stuff with us, he might be mad at me.
No, I'll take the blame.
No, you don't have to take the blame. So anyway, I go, Lummy, thank you. Well, no, this is yet another one of your suggestions. You're like, you need to go try the big game burger at Arby's. Which, Lummy, of course, you're supposed to get me up to speed on what the newest stuff is, and that's what you did. Yeah. But this just happened to be horrible. It's 33% elk, 33% venison, and 33% ground beef. And it was
sounds like a hot dog.
Yeah. Well, let's just.
Sounds like it's real gamey.
It's a regular game burger.
Oh, you're right. So,
what comes?
Oh my God! Get out of here!
You have your dog in a jersey.
Kramer.
That's pretty cool, guys. Come on.
No, Brian's gonna make fun of your dog now.
Well, no, that dog is. If that dog had a choice, it would not be wearing a jersey. Trust me.
I'm sure.
That dog, if it had a choice, if I hadn't saved that dog, Brian, that dog was going to be destroyed.
So I get to put it in whatever stupid jersey I want.
I think so. I think you can put your. I think a dog that was scheduled to be euthanized, that you saved from the pound. I think, you can put any damn jersey you want on that dog, and I don't think that the Humane Society or PETA is going to have a problem with you, considering the fact that dog was going to get.
I'm not saying it's a PETA violation.
You think she can play left tackle?
Yeah. How much? Don't even get me.
She's Bella Barkatari.
Hold on. How he? By the way, Watson. What's the guy's name? Christian Watson and Aaron Jones scheduled to come back for tonight's Thursday night football.
Is Watson coming back?
Yep, Watson.
Wow.
Watson and Jones.
I have them both on my fantasy team, so it's been tough sledding.
But still, Bakhtiara. Still, he played the first game of the season, hasn't played since. And they can't cut the guy. They can't trade the guy. What a absolute. I almost think that it's him because he's such great. By the way, him and Aaron Rodgers are best friends. They're literally that's his Larry Plummer. Aaron Rodgers is David Bakhtiara's Larry Plummer.
And he's saying that it's not the turf?
And nope, and he's saying it's not the turf. He's still just as neat. And Brian, you know that if you're an athlete and you are a premier athlete, the highest paid athlete of your position in the NFL, that can they call your bluff if you're faking? Like if he's just faking just to be a dick?
Yeah, they can send him for an independent medical examination and require him to get certain tests done and things like that to determine what's going on.
Yeah, but here's the deal, bud. Let's say that, one of the tests they put you on is knee strength, right? Well, you don't have to try as hard as you go in for this test. And
no, but there are doctors that are very good at telling when a patient is not trying hard and faking it. So, I to this point think Bakhtiari is out again, third game in a row. Has played 8 games in 3 years, something like that. Yep.
And so he's out. The Packers are 60% of their offensive line is out. So I don't know. I don't even know if they got a chance against Detroit tonight. I mean, Detroit's got a good defense.
Yeah, there you go. Hutchinson and the other guy, they're going to be coming hard.
Right.
And a good offense.
And they got a good offense. I mean, I don't know, man. It's at Lambeau. What's the line?
3.5, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, let me. I'm sorry. The Packers they got two Thursday games.
Ooh, it dropped down to 2 now. So Green Bay is
-1.5.
Oh, it's my bookie right now. It says +2.
Yeah, ESPN's got whatever. The Caesar Sportsbook's -1.5.
Packers got 2 Sunday to Thursday games, and then 2 Monday night foot.
That's the Watson and Jones information coming through. Is moving the line there.
That's tough, isn't it, Brian?
No, that schedule is ridiculous.
They have 2 Sunday to Thursday games. They have 2 Thursday night games and 2 Monday night games. Those are all kind of disruptive to the normal NFL schedule, are they not?
Yeah. Yeah, you can't do your normal week, you're not actually practicing on Monday.
You're not putting your game plan in. Like, it really, really ties the team's hands a lot.
And the worst part is next week is, I believe, their bye.
Well, yeah, I mean,
right?
You would want the bye before a Thursday night game.
Yeah, not after
a Thursday night
game. Oh, yeah, the
game.
Packers,
although for the Packers, it actually may be advantageous because it gives them, they've got a bye, so they actually have like 2.5 weeks between games, so they can get healthy.
You think Bakhtiari can finally play by game 9?
You would hope that he's back by game 5.
Jesus.
I mean, with all that time.
But Brian's a general manager or something. What if you think a guy's faking you?
You send him to an independent doctor. There's ways of working.
And then
what
if the independent doctor says, yeah, he's fine, and then you go to him and say, hey, doctor says you're fine. He's like, man, I still don't feel confident about playing on it. Do you at one point say you're playing on it? You're going out and playing on it.
You would file a grievance with the league, and because now you're paying a guy who's holding out essentially.
Right. But that then really, really, really gets egregious. Like, now
because Jonathan Taylor can do the same thing with the Colts. Is say, he's in a sticky situation because he wants to get traded.
I heard he screwed himself by he went and hired. He went and hired a new agent, and his new agent told him it would be most advantageous for him just to not report to camp and not play. And I don't know if that's going to work out for him.
I think it will. I mean, he still says he's not going to play as of yesterday.
I know, but isn't he automatically a problem? Well, if you're a team that is thinking about giving away 2 first-rounders or whatever, he's not
getting them 2 first-rounders. He's probably getting them a second-round pick, but they want like an NFL-ready wide receiver, which is kind of ridiculous in terms of their demands. But the problem for the Colts and for Jonathan Taylor is the trade market's dried up. The Dolphins were the biggest player, and Mostert is out there killing it.
He's
the number
touchdowns.
1 running back in the league. And then you've got, so really the only spot now is Cleveland, but Cleveland's got nothing to trade you.
Yeah.
So,
no draft picks either.
They don't have draft picks. They don't have wideouts. Well, as a fantasy owner who has
not as a fantasy owner.
Taylor on his bench.
No, and not as
I don't know what happens here. I don't know what happens.
Does he sit out the entire year? Does he become an unrestricted free agent?
The only person who's done that is Le'Veon Bell, and it destroyed his career.
It did.
It destroyed his career.
It did.
And so what do? You go back to Indy, you tear it up in Indy, and you get yourself a 3-year deal from somebody else after this worth $15 million.
So you're saying now his only Jonathan Taylor, the running back for the Colts, his only real option is to go just eat humble pie and go in there for the Colts immediately and just kill it. And then have some type of more negotiation power on the offseason as an unrestricted.
I don't even think the Colts really care because they're the 11th best rushing offense.
Well,
right now.
that's my point. If Zach Moss can put up those numbers, imagine what Jonathan Taylor would be doing in this offense right now.
I personally feel like it's a little too far gone for Jonathan Taylor in Indy. Like, I think he's done. I don't think he plays another down. I don't.
I don't think David. I think you're right. Him and David Bakhtiari.
For him to go this far and continue to say that I refuse to play for this organization, we haven't seen that happen a lot.
I don't know that he's said recently that he refuses to play for Indy. He has not publicly said that since prior to the season when he asked for a trade. So I think there's a lot of conjecture and a lot of people are putting words and things into his mouth that have not come out of it.
All right, let me go.
He tweeted out from the Indy practice plays, that he was on his way back and showed the tweet of his workout and all of that. So, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that he won't play for Indy.
I got to go into words. I'll touch a little bit on my uncomfortable situation I had at Arby's yesterday.
Oh, no.
And meanwhile, this is like my go-to Arby's.
Yeah, this is your best experience.
I've gone to this particular restaurant more times than any other place upon food reviews because, one, Arby's is pretty aggressive on having new stuff, and two, this particular location, the women that work there, the manager knows me, or at least the manager I used to think knew me, and they've always been so really, really cool to me. Like, I've always gotten really good service.
Where is this, Northdale Mabry?
No, this is Waters.
Waters?
In the Veterans.
Could it have been the Crown Vic?
I don't know what it is, but we'll get into it a little bit next. Hold on.
1, 2, 3.
The audio adventure never stops. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I was just saying about the Colts is that they're probably like, John Taylor wants to come back. I don't even want to.
No, they need him in the sense that they don't need Richardson getting hurt, and Jonathan Taylor is more of a threat, a better run blocker than Zach Moss, a better pass block protection back than Zach Moss. And so if you want to protect Anthony Richardson for the rest of this season, you do it better by having Jonathan Taylor.
No, what I meant was that they're not going to give his demand.
I'm so happy to see you.
Better deal, like
Thank
a
you.
bigger contract. I'm saying at this point.
No, he's not getting more money.
That's what I'm saying.
But
if he wants to come back and
just
play,
to get
yeah,
paper
they're not going to
right
give
out
him
of there.
a
they
contract.
might cut down they might cut down what they're demanding for on the trade market for him.
Oh, I can see that.
Like Cleveland could give him a second round pick.
Do they have one?
How happy are you right now?
I mean, either this year or next.
so
Yeah.
happy.
No, they lost their first.
Oh.
I thought they lost a couple seconds. What's the salary
Bubba
cap?
is
Maybe
so
Yeah, they have
because he's eating his food.
Yeah, they got their second and third rounders
This year?
in next year, 2024.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, they still have those. They lost their first and fourth for next year to the
Morning,
Texans.
Bully. We hope you're doing
This
all
last year
right.
They lost like their first and second.
And in
right?
2025, they have first, second, third, fourth, fifth. So this is a myth that they don't have draft equity.
But it had to be that they lost so many last
They got no
last year.
draft.
Yeah, but they've got.
Wasn't some on how he played too last year, or not last year?
I don't know. I don't think anything was tied. There was no contingents on that. They traded Deshaun
that
Watson, a
sounds good.
2024 sixth round pick, to the Browns for a 2022 first, a 2022 fourth.
Who'd they get from the Browns?
2023 first, a 2023 third.
Brian, who'd they get from the Browns?
Who?
You said-
Texans?
The Texans got nobody from the Browns.
I mean,
They got nobody.
They got
why
draft-
don't the Colts have any draft picks?
They got
Oh,
nobody.
the Colts, they didn't trade with anybody. No, the Colts have draft picks.
The Browns and the Texans.
Oh,
They've recovered from that terrible Carson Wentz trade.
Cody Mitchell just killing it.
he's been arguably the most traded failure in the history of the league.
He's out of the league right now, and nobody wants him. He's so bad that the Jets aren't even fucking considering Carson Wentz.
This is a huge cancer.
He's a massive cancer. He's an asshole.
That sounds good.
Didn't he win the Super Bowl with the Eagles?
Technically, but he was injured. Nick, the Big Dick
Ooh, that was a
Nick
good one.
is the one that led the Eagles.
Who did?
Big Dick Nick.
Big dick, you got a big old dick.
Nick Foles with his 11-inch cock.
11-inch cock.
Does he got a big dick?
Oh yeah.
How do you know?
All the players talk about it.
How do you know?
The players who come out and call his nickname's BDN, Big Dick Nick, and they say that he just walks around with his fucking like 11-inch cock soft,
He hangs low, sweet cherry.
just like third like Greg Olson.
Sounds like Greg.
He has a.
Well, I mean, how do you know all the cock sizes in the NFL?
Because when you're picking a fantasy team, big dick energy, you want that on your
exactly.
team. BDE.
Yeah. See, Brian's with it. You want the guys with the biggest dick on your fantasy team.
The Bucks could use Jonathan Taylor, but they can't fit him into the cap. That's the problem. Unless they were to rework the deal.
Or trade McEvans.
Yeah, but they can't afford to trade Mike Evans right now.
That's the only way that would work. Because, trade Evans there, get Jonathan Taylor here.
Yeah, the Browns should not be comfortable with Jerome Ford, Pierre Strong, and Kareem Hunt as their running back trio if they're serious about winning this year. If they're fine just taking their lumps this season and waiting for Chubb to recover, then that's fine. But I mean, they cut him because he was too fucking slow, and they brought him back out of desperation. He had his like yards per carry and yards after first contact went plummeted.
See Matt Ryan wants to play. He came out and said he wants to play again.
I thought he specifically said that he didn't want to play for the Jets. Like he told them.
I know, but he wants to come and
play.
But nobody else wants him. I mean, I want to play too. Does it fucking matter? It doesn't matter what I want. If nobody else is, if no team in the NFL wants you. I mean, Kaepernick obviously wants to play. He's like, just bring me to a practice squad, guys.
Matt Ryan's gonna come back to the Falcons. What's his name? Not the answer for that. My quarterback. What's his name?
Desmond Ridder. Yeah. He's done okay.
They're happy with him.
They're not happy.
Minecraft Chris.
You've been on my mind, girl, since the flood.
I love the Lumiere so much.
Yeah. Good for you.
You like them?
You're alright.
Really
I think I love a lot of alternative rock. They're actual real musicians. Like the bullshit. What?
Or folky.
Well,
Brian, Chloe.
Yeah.
Chat is saying that there's a YouTube clip of Dion reacting to Nick's nickname on YouTube.
Someone's gonna play a parody because he wants to eat his foods.
You're right.
I hope it's good.
Play the Deion Sanders.
No, I got the fucking Rachel.
In Bubba we trust. In Bubba you lust.
Naughty, naughty.
This is the Bubba the Love
Brian,
Sponge
you don't
Show.
recognize. You just keep getting these hacky, schmarmy. Put Toothy in there too. Toothy.
You can eat with Danny, and you piss off Bubba too. If you were an employee, he would have fired you. Mouthy, toothy, Dookie. It looks like Brian Latroni has 8 rows of teeth. When he's in the studio, the fans don't pay a dime. Bubba would be rich if we could snipe his mic time. Bubba Army, he's so smarmy. It looks like Brian Latroni has 8 rows of teeth. 8 rows of teeth. We love them. 8 rows of teeth. Looks like it's hard for him to breathe. He's a rookie co-host, so he brings Bubba food. But with teeth like Brian's, you could host Family Feud. Mouthy, toothy, Dookie. It looks like Brian Latroni has 8 rows of teeth.
You can't just mess up everything and piss everybody off and then come in and bring me beef jerky and think everything's gonna be okay.
We should just do a show where I just throw out the topics and then you guys answer as Bubba.
Sounds good to me.
Wow, might just be the greatest show ever. It's about me.
Me.
It's 5 people imitating me.
Yeah, I love it.
I think the only guy that doesn't imitate me around here is Dan and Macho Man. I think everybody else...
Dan doesn't do it because he's not talented enough to do impersonations.
That's on you, buddy.
Yep, that's on you.
Yeah, that's on Bubba. That's Bubba speaking.
Not my fault that you're calling Dan stupid.
Yeah.
I'm not calling him stupid.
Not
Just
talented.
Not that talented at impersonation.
So if we were to go, I want to make sure that I have your Thursday availability because I have my calendar for the rest of the year, and I think for October your only date that you were not good for was the 19th.
That is correct.
Right. So you'll be here the 5, 12, and 26.
Yep.
And then Thursday you were good for this 2, 9, and 16.
Yeah. I'll even do Thanksgiving if you want to do a Thanksgiving
we're not gonna
show.
do it. 2, 9, 16, 30 you were good.
Yep.
And then 7, you're good. Then 14, no.
Correct.
Yep. And then 21st, we're going to be on the air. We just won't do mornings on the 21st. We're just going to be like 11 to 2.
I might be able to make that work. That's a pretty slow time of year in the office. So if you wanted me there, I could probably be
All right,
there.
so 11 to... By the way, let me just tentatively for the entire week of the 18th of the 22nd, it's going to be 11 to 2.
Okay.
So everybody write that. Then, of course, the week of the 25th, we're completely off. And then we're off on that Monday as well. And we return on Tuesday the 2nd.
Ooh.
Today's after show, I could see it. Where we went really, really, really sports heavy because there's hockey just started, so you can talk hockey. Baseball's getting ready to get into the playoffs. You can talk baseball. Football is five games in. You can talk football. What's Brian's opinion on what does Dion do this week? Does he do better than he did last week?
You better hope so.
No, I'm just saying, that there's that to talk about. So I'm thinking the after show could be sports, but that would have to be, we have to ask Anna to leave at that point. And is she now good with leaving on Thursday if we're sports oriented?
Every Thursday?
Knowing that we are going to stay true to the game and not start talking about conspiracy theories and things like
intermittent fasting
that she would like.
Cool stuff.
So what say you?
I mean, do I have a choice?
No, you really don't.
Not really.
So, I mean, what's the point of having a discussion?
let's hold off on the sports for the main show.
Oh, okay.
And we'll make that for the after show, assuming Brian can do it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Great.
So then, Anna, that gives you Anna. Why do you take that as a punishment?
I don't like being off the air.
Yeah, but you're just going to sit there and be miserable anyway. I know the direction that we're going with the show, and if I know the direction of the show is something that makes you miserable, and I let you get off. Just take the time off.
I appreciate that,
and because
I worry because I'm a paranoid person.
But you see, you could worry if indeed we're like, so Brian, let's get into stuff that you would be able to get into. But if you
war in Ukraine,
you don't care about what if Wonderland Franco from the Rays.
Hey, is he the kid toucher? Maybe I can contribute.
Well, whatever.
Okay.
You don't care that Nick Foles supposedly has the largest penis in the NFL.
Yeah.
And they called him Big D Nick. Nick.
Yeah.
So you don't care about any of that.
No.
So today's after show, just to forewarn you, will be without Anna, just because we're going to be very sports. And in saying that, we're going to try to keep sports off the main show today.
All right.
So today at 5 o'clock on my YouTube channel, and by the way, I got about almost 800 people watching us on YouTube right now, and of which I only have 156 likes, thumbs up.
157 now. I forgot to, but I had already done it right before you said it, actually. Interesting.
And so, man, there's, there's like 700, I don't know.
It's even worse on Rumble, though, dude. You got 2,000 there, and we've only got 95 thumbins.
Yeah.
You gotta refresh that.
I mean,
I was refreshed.
Bunch of one-way MFers.
What's so hard about? I'm listening to the show. I'm going to navigate over to the thumb button and give you because you know what? Honest to God, that really does matter in the algorithm of this digital world on placement and recommendations and things like that. So if you're watching and you like us, always make sure that you give us a thumbs up because they keep in this internal algorithm score. And if you do well based on how many people are watching you, then you could potentially be a recommended page, meaning when people sign on their YouTube, you're up there as a recommendation. And a lot of that is determined on people that, like what they're not going to recommend something that has 1,000 people watching and 50 people have thumbs upped it. In their algorithm world, that means that content sucks. It's got 1,000 people watching and only 50 people thumbs upped it. We're not gonna recommend that to our consumers. They only recommend good stuff, and good stuff is determined by two things: how many people are watching and how many people like it or share it. So it doesn't take anything. If you've already found yourself upon our destination, you're on our Rumble page, you're on our Facebook, you're on our YouTube, you're watching the show. What is it to like and
give us a thumb?
Yeah, what I mean, like, be like, you're with a girl and she's like, you already got my panties off. You might as well,
put a thumb in there.
Put a thumb in there. Oh no, I'm content with just the panties being off. You nerd boy, thumb me. You son of a bitch.
I'm a man. I'll take your thumb.
I'll take your thumb. In fact, I'm a man enough to say that I need your thumb.
All your thumbing.
I need your thumbing.
We'll do another Dark Match Steve parody song to the Beatles.
So I go, Lummy, upon your suggestion, to try the Big Game Burger.
Yeah.
And this is my life. Yeah, I used to roll around in a $120,000 Jaguar and not eat fast food that much. Now I'm rolling around in an 04 Crown Vic with my 74% SPCA. With Hillsborough County Humane Society. West Hillsborough County Humane Society pit bull that was turned back in. It was adopted out 3 times and it was turned back in 3 times. Hey, we did find out what Bella's original name was.
What was it?
Derby. And we're thinking, Lummy, that somebody who had her one of the 2 times before us, she like maybe she ran away a lot. They called her Derby. I don't know.
That makes sense.
It was an African American family. Her first two families was an African American family. Her third family was Erica's Spanish mother, and her mom's Spanish mother.
She no gusta the dog.
Virginia couldn't handle it, and she was ready to turn it in. And I'm over there. I'm like, let me see this dog, and I play with it, and I'm like, I want this dog.
It's got potential.
Because Virginia's like, I just want to let you know that even though it's a no-kill shelter, and once a dog's been turned back in from a family that's tried to adopt it 2 times or 3 times, then even though they are a no-kill shelter, they kill them. I mean, that's just like, it's just like the way it is. So I saved this dog, and I love this dog.
Really, who saved who, Bubba?
Oh, my God.
Oh, Jesus. Even Anna was like, come on, Brian. Some of your stupid schmarminess resonates.
You were in such the doldrums from losing your little Pookie. You were so depressed.
No, I was not.
You absolutely were.
I wasn't ready for
despondent.
A dog. Don't tell me what I
Don't tell me about my emotions.
So anyway, here I am in an 04 Crown Vic that needs repainted. And Lummy, by the way, the guy that said he was going to repaint it won't return my phone call now.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So you found his number?
I found his number in his email, and I emailed him, and I texted. His name's Adam.
Oh, man.
And so I texted him, and I emailed him, and nothing back. He was the guy's like, "Dear Bubba, been a big fan. I work at, I forget what it's called, Fender Express or whatever the hell it was. I don't know what it is."
He just works there, or did he own it?
He owns it.
Okay, I was going to say, big difference there.
Yeah, he owns this body shop, Lummy, over by Big 3 Auto Parts.
Yeah.
And he's like, I would love to repaint the 04 Crown Vic. And so I'm like, oh, that'd be great. So I'm ready to repaint it now, Lummy, because I'm rolling around in it because we got rid of the F350. So, I'm regulated down to driving this kind of a little bit more. And so I'm thinking I'm going to do my food reviews in my Crown Vic, painted matte black, and then Lummy, kind of like NASCAR style, put a Big Bubba Army logo on the hood.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I saw Merch Crick rolling around in the Crown Vic yesterday.
Yes, that's what she takes. I use her. That's her.
She was going to the post office,
Yep.
I think. Shipping off all these gorgeous Bubba Army polos.
Do you really like Brian Matroni inspired? Say it.
The Brian Matroni inspired
Bubba Army 3-button polo.
3-button polo.
There you go. By the way, I think we sold out of them.
Of course you did.
So
you couldn't have bought enough.
Lummy. So I got some old Wheeling lights laying around, and we're gonna kind of Ghostbuster up my Crown Vic, and it'll be a gimmick. It'll be like a gimmick.
It's a more light. Lights are cool.
Yeah, Brian.
Yeah, maybe I can get some of this LED light. We're getting ready to
you
turn.
You got plenty of light. Strip that around the car.
So, Lummy, I do think that maybe some of the reaction I'm getting now is when you drive through a drive-through in a real crappy car that's paint's chipping off with a pit bull with a Green Bay pack. Maybe I'm controlling a little bit of my own destiny here.
Because that F-350, I mean, that's a nice truck.
Yeah, I mean, I look like a regular dude.
Yeah.
Now I look like, white trash, didn't have any money.
That's true, too.
So listen, this is just a little, this ended up being a shiz show. And Brian, I need your legal opinion on this.
Oh, God.
No, like I really do need your legal reference point, okay?
Try to poison you?
Listen. See it, though. So let me... the big game burger might not be so good because usually when you pull up to by the way, this is Bubba's food review. It's on our YouTube channel. It'll be available today at 5 o'clock.
Yep.
Red's in the middle of thumbing it all up and things like that.
Oh, he's thumbing.
So it'll be available for your consumption at 5 o'clock on our YouTube channel. That's youtube.com at the Bubba Army. Once you subscribe, it costs nothing. It makes us feel real good about ourselves.
My favorite price.
So, so let me, this is a brand new thing they just came out with, right?
Yes.
So Brian, like if you go to any fast food place and they always have their they have their menu and then they have like these two little flanking, interchangeable sides.
For featured items.
Yes. And whatever their new thing is or their feature or their special or whatever they're pushing is usually on one of those two specialty boards. And they have them where they can put new stuff in there along. Well, let me, on their specialty boards here at Arby's, they didn't have anything about the big game burger. So that's why I had to even ask to say, so I'm thinking maybe sales aren't going so swell that they might try to be winding it down because otherwise, wouldn't they, Brian, have it on? This is their brand new promotion.
Or maybe they've sold so much of it that
No. Please. I mean... If somebody was to go, I mean, I did this as part of the food review, and I had to eat it.
$8.80 drive-through burger.
Oh no, hold on!
Holy cow!
Just for the burger, but I will say, how was that cherry steak sauce?
Just wait till you see. You'll see this experience here. So let me. The big game burger is not even. I can't even find it. I can't even find it on the menu. Let alone it should be. If it's their new promotion, it should be blaring right at you.
Yeah.
Big game burger, 33% venison, 33% elk, and 33% ground beef,
and 1% guess it. No, it's 34% venison.
Oh, here we go.
I don't see it though.
Bella's sniffing. See it? I don't see it, Lummy. I don't see it.
That's crazy.
Looks like Bella's trying to read the board too.
Hold on. She can read it better than I can.
Yeah. Do you guys have the?
So Brian, look. On this, they have their two flankers here.
4 flankers, really.
Okay.
Yeah.
The cheesesteaks, 5 boneless rings, fish strips, Java Willy, a beef and cheddar, then a value meal. That's right.
Wow, that's weird. Yeah,
Yeah.
That is weird. That is odd.
Very odd.
It just
Red flag.
it may be laziness on this franchise's part that they didn't go out to change the board.
You know what? You might be right.
Because it is. I mean, it's everywhere.
I mean,
looking at it.
And that's stupid on their part because this is a high ticket item.
Well, no, they know how much it sucks.
Well, that might be it too. Maybe the guy who owns the place is like, I'm not. It's such a terrible burger. I'm not going to feature it on the menu.
Having my beef and cheddar with my 2 for $7 deal is going to get me farther down the line than this.
Because people ain't coming back for the big game.
Because the crazy thing is that Wagyu burger was like,
oh man,
amazing.
It was amazing. Oh, here we go. So listen.
Big game burger?
Yeah.
Oh, there's the hood of my car.
Burger?
It's leopard print.
Look at my car has herpes.
Leprosy.
I got paint herpes.
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
All right. What comes on that?
Now,
she didn't seem too excited.
She sounded like you weren't supposed to ask for that.
Hold on now.
Yeah, we do.
Is it me or is it? Am I already dealing with somebody that feels like she has an attitude?
Attitude.
Okay.
She does not want to be there.
All right. So it gets way better.
What comes on that?
Pickles, dog, cherry sauce.
Can I get everything but pickles?
No, I think that's pretty.
That's pretty simple.
Yeah,
everything but hold the pickles is probably a frequent request at drive-throughs.
That's it. I mean, like this isn't real complex stuff to decipher. Everything but pickles.
She's like, sir, this isn't a Burger King. You can't have it your way at Arby's.
She like 3 different times. Let's listen.
You said you wanted with alcohol.
Yeah, without pickles, please.
All right, so let's just count them. There's 2 times I've said it.
Okay.
And I'll take that as a meal.
Some with processed Swiss
And I didn't know what I really, honest to God, did not
Something
know.
Swiss.
She's something about processed Swiss. Okay, well,
I think she was asking what kind of cheese you want.
I know, but listen, I think she was. But I wasn't going to be that old guy to go, huh? So I just was trying to go with it, right? Listen.
Comes with what?
processed Swiss and big high Swiss.
No, hold on.
Processed Swiss and big high Swiss. That's what I heard.
Yes, it's processed Swiss cheese and fresh cut real big eye Swiss cheese.
Okay, all right. So listen, you just tell me if that comes across this.
Comes with what?
Processed Swiss and big high Swiss.
Yeah.
I'll take regular Swiss.
I don't know what she. I don't.
It sounded like she said processed Swiss and gay guy Swiss is what I heard.
I don't know, but so I'm just trying to be cool, guy. Just saying, I'll just take. Listen. Hold on.
I'll take regular Swiss.
But that's not what she's asking me, so I think she becomes.
She's not even asking. She's telling you.
I
It
know.
comes with these 2 types of cheese.
I know.
And can I get that with French fries and a Coke, please?
Okay, so you don't want no pickles.
3rd time, no pickles.
Yeah, no pickles.
And then you have big ice Swiss and processed Swiss. Both of them come on.
Well, now it's pretty clear. We have these 2 Swisses. Both of them come on.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys can far better understand than I can. Then you guys have a little bit better of an urban.
I mean, we only had to run the tape back 10 times.
I mean, you guys have a little bit better of an urban ear than I do. Then hold on, maybe I am getting old. Stand by.
And then you have big ice Swiss and processed Swiss. Both of them.
Okay.
You look over at Erica.
I'm like,
what the hell is this bitch trying to tell me?
Listen.
Come on.
I don't think you've ever been left speechless.
You froze up like Mitch McConnell.
I'm like,
Bubba McConnell.
I don't know if she's looking for a comeback or what. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm grandpa at the mall, and I don't know where I'm going. Okay?
You Mitch McConnell in the drive-thru.
So here we go. Just here we go. Hold on.
And processed Swiss. Both of them come on. It's just regular Swiss cheese.
Yeah, that's fine. That's great.
Okay, so you
I figured. I know this is my afternoon yesterday. No. I may have just for those scoring at home. I may have pre-partied a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, clearly. Good thing you're driving.
I think my pre-partying makes me a real good driver because guess what? It's the one time I don't speed. I just usually just kind of try to blend in. I don't try to be first.
Yeah, but you're going like 5 miles an hour.
It's okay. Here we go.
Okay, so you just want it without pickles, and that's it.
Yeah, just the way it comes, except pickles.
Fifth time with the pickles.
Yeah.
Okay. And what else would you like?
I like that as a meal with some fries and a drink.
Curly or crinkle fry?
Curly or
Crinkled fry.
crinkle fry?
Yeah.
Talks like she's got marbles in her mouth.
She may be part Jamaican.
Hold on.
Yes, please.
And then what drink would you like?
Dr. Pepper.
And you want that to be medium or large?
Medium, please.
Okay. Would that be all?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be $13.96.
Thank you.
Now hold on. Now she just said $13.96. Well, it takes a minute for me to register. $13.90, $14.
You could go to Chili's for cheaper, literally, and eat a decent meal and leave a tip.
Listen.
2 for $20 at Chili's. You and Erica could eat like gods.
Listen.
Yeah.
13. I can get my credit card. 13.96, almost $14.
Good job with the roundup, Bubba.
Okay, now hold on now.
So many transitions.
I'm just going to. This is all I can really play because this is where the big payoff is.
Okay.
The girl freaks out. I'm just telling you, she freaks out.
Because she's like, I cannot believe Bubba the Love Sponge is in my...
No.
Or she's a senior.
You're the guy that does the food reviews.
Oh my God.
We got
it's
so
you.
many of your stickers.
No.
Oh, okay.
It is. I am this new generation of kids that don't want to be taped or on camera. Well, then don't work a public job. Now, Brian, so I just want to know, I'm going to play a little bit here, but can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Legally, is it legal for me to tape myself driving through a drive-thru and taping the person that gives me the food? Is it legal to do that?
I believe it's legal. The restaurant can refuse to serve you if you insist on it. They have the right to refuse service if they wished to do so. If they had a strict policy that stated we're not going to allow our employees to be recorded, I don't, it's an interesting situation.
But here's the thing. But hold on. Here's a few things that I think weigh in my favor. I've not been disruptive. I'm not trying to create content like an oh wow deal where I throw a milkshake. Like, I'm not being rude. I'm not being disruptive. I've shown no indication that I'm going to be that way.
You're going to be hostile.
I've not been hostile. I've been a perfect jest. Please, thank you, no, thank you.
A little hard of hearing, but that's okay.
Little hard of hearing. So here she throws an absolute fit.
Can't wait.
Here we go.
How you doing? I do food reviews on YouTube, and this is my go-to place. The manager knows.
See, I already know that she's got an attitude. I can tell.
She's not
so I'm
looking
trying
at
to
you.
plead my case now. I'm trying to plead my case.
I'm win her over.
I'm Bubba. You're not having it, are you? What's wrong?
And then her friend, this woman here starts.
Is she laughing or crying?
Well, she's laughing.
She's
But
probably
then this
laughing.
one starts yelling at me.
Oh,
She starts yelling at me.
I come here all the time. Bubba. Good. You know I come here all the time for food reviews on my YouTube channel. On my YouTube channel, you know I come here all the time.
So now I'm pleading like this is gonna go south. I'm not gonna get my food. They're gonna I'm just trying to plead my case. And Brian, I haven't done anything wrong.
No.
You gotta ask, though. You gotta ask before you start doing that.
No, you don't have to.
Nowadays, some people take it so wrong, Bubba.
I've put you guys on 4 times before.
But see, some people take it so wrong. You can't do that because she's a minor.
Then she says that the girl is a minor. You can't do that because you're a minor. I'm not at the liquor store or at the beach trying to get a bikini shot of her or buy her beer. I'm trying to get a elk burger. Her age, I think, doesn't have anything to do with it. She's working in a public place, dealing with the public. Brian, when you're working the drive-through, you're dealing with the public, are you not?
Yes.
I'm not doing anything wrong.
I'm like, why are you throwing the minor card my way? I'm not doing anything that would be disrespectful to a minor or illegal to a minor.
Yeah, she's filming me.
That burger probably tastes
come
so bad because they asked it up.
So
Can I call you that now?
There you go.
Bubba?
So that's where I'm leaving it. You're gonna have to watch the rest today at 5 o'clock.
The thing is,
you guys can see where it's headed and where it potentially might go.
The thing is,
you guys can go watch it today at 5 o'clock on our YouTube
If they
channel.
didn't make such a big deal out of it, then it's over and done with. Like, the only reason it's even going to be an issue now is because they made it an issue. You wouldn't have said nothing about her other than maybe she has marble mouth,
but I didn't.
No,
I didn't, and I was, thank you, please.
Yeah,
and
respectful.
in fact, the only 2 comments that I've ever made about 3. Man, look at that nice. I like the flex, Anna. I like the delt. I know I might be a little behind.
Flexing?
But looks good.
Thank you.
Like you're doing a little ballerina kind of deal gimmick.
Yeah.
Out of tiredom.
Oh, am I stretching?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm way behind.
Sorry.
But like for instance, Brian, when the woman, I call you the police. I've had that bad one, and then I had a Culver's one where I said the girl was cute, and like everybody's like, "Oh, you're a big pedo," and I'm like, deal. And I think she was over 18, but I just really went on to said that she was very cute. And then the last one I did, Lummy, I said, remember the last one I did?
Yeah.
I'm like, listen, That little she was a really really in shape African American, maybe younger looking girl, but I think she's over 18. And I said on last week's food review, listen, that girl's cute if she's over 18.
Yep.
If she's over 18, she's cute. Otherwise, I have no comment. So those are my own. I've never said a bad thing about anybody. So like I wasn't clowning her, Brian, or anything like that.
No.
So I don't understand. Like if
Probably trying to keep a low profile because she's maybe in trouble for other stuff. I don't know.
Brian, like if you're Arby's corporate and this gets to you, what are you defending your employee's action? Are you?
Well, they didn't take any bad action towards you that I saw there. They were just like, you got to ask before you film. They're just.
But I mean, throw a milkshake at you.
They're not screaming at you. They're not cursing at you.
I know, but here's what they did. They lost me as a customer.
No, they did not.
No, they did.
Yes, they did.
No,
you'll be back at Arby's in 3 weeks.
A different one.
No way.
No, you guys aren't me. You don't know me, bitch.
Yeah.
You don't know me.
No,
I'm not going back there. I mean, that's the way that's the way. That's when you get bad service or embarrassed, then you don't go there.
Sure, that's fair.
I mean, right?
That's
Yeah.
what you're
I
supposed
mean,
to do.
I'll tell you one thing, Lummy. I've not been back to the Burger King that said I'm going to call you the police.
Well, you have a trespass warrant that doesn't allow you to go back there.
So if you're Arby's corporate, Brian, do you call the owner and said, here's this is not acceptable?
Nobody's doing anything with this. This isn't going anywhere.
Well, I wasn't going to send it to anybody. I don't care. I got my food, and you guys go on and watch later the more interaction I had with the girl, and then I actually break down the burger. Look at Tom Brady,
stud.
I mean, tell
Absolute
me
stud.
he might be the sexiest man on earth. I'm for real. I mean, like for real. I mean, if you take
Wait a second.
if you take the overall body of work on what he's accomplished and how old he is and the kind of shape that he is and the fact that the type of swagger and moxie that he has, and that, I mean, let's not forget that he's got so much swagger and moxie that he's got a $38 million a year contract waiting for him from Fox when he thinks he's ready to start doing broadcasting. I mean, Brian, there's not a lot of those. Big time networks put, 35, 40 million on the table with the caveat being, you know what? When you're ready, we're ready to, boom, here you go. There's not a lot. You got to have a lot of swagger. You got to be the sexiest man on earth or one of the coolest dudes in the world in order to have that kind of deal.
Yeah.
And I mean, he might be the sexiest man on earth. There might be some guys that are younger than him, a little bit, some soccer dudes or so. I don't know who the sexiest man on earth, right? But Tom Brady, if you take all the if you figure in what you've accomplished as a man, what you look like as a man, what you're doing post, I mean, basically, Tom Brady is retired, is he not?
Yes, he is.
He's retired from his profession.
Mm-hmm.
Now, different professions have different levels of retirement. If you're just a regular dude, working kind of a regular job, you'll probably retire when you're 65, right? Mm-hmm. If you're just working if you're just a blue collar worker, Brian, working for the same company for 30 plus years, you're going to your retirement will probably be 65 years old.
Yeah, if you're lucky.
If you're a guy that's an entrepreneur and you went and got into real estate young, and like Kevin Hazlett's sons, and you want to own 30 houses and 30 properties by the age of 30, and you probably could retire at 40 years old if you really did. If you wanted to sell all your holdings and all your investments and just check out and do what you want, you could probably retire at 40. If you're an NBA guy and you're upper echelon guy, you can competitively play to your late 30s. Same with baseball. Pretty much, wouldn't you say, Brian, all sports from hockey to Roger Clemens in baseball, to A-Rod to Tom Brady. Now, Tom Brady's the exception. He played well into his mid 40s.
Yeah.
So, but Tom Brady, but for the most part, the upper level athletes, not the athletes that are in for 2 or 3 years because of skill set, they're just, but the stars of the league, the quarterbacks and things like that. I mean, 38, 39's about it.
Yep.
In most competitive sports. So, most professional athletes are retired by their late 30s.
Mm-hmm.
NASCAR drivers, early 40s. And so if you take that, he's retired. He's retired. He doesn't have to work. He's retired.
Twice retired.
And he looks this good. Rumor has it they say that he's lost 10 pounds.
Oh, nice.
So he was good enough to be 10 pounds heavier and win 7 championships. Now, mind you, as you're considering who the sexiest man in the world potentially may be, my vote being Tom Brady, this man not only is good looking, has his own brand, probably arguably, Lummy, did he make top 10 money in the league?
He always took cumulatively because of his length, but he always took team-friendly deals.
I know that. He wasn't one of these gluttons like Aaron Rodgers that's going to hold the Packers up for, $54 million guaranteed and then fly the coop and give the Jets a $22 million discounts. No, he was always just competitively paid. He never held the Patriots up for ransom. He always had a team-friendly contract, but he played for so many years that he may have made the most money in the league cumulatively. He might have. But if not, he's certainly top 10. Right? I mean, he's got to be top 10.
Yeah, he's top 10. Especially endorsements and everything.
So the guy,
no, but just league money, though, is a different story. But with his endorsements and his own products.
So mind you, he also won, when you're considering the sexiest man alive, he won 7 championships. 7 Super Bowls, and I don't know that record will ever be even scratched in today's world. I mean, back 4 of his championships were, it was a little easier to win a championship back then because they didn't have the collective bargaining agreement and they didn't have hard caps and things like that. I mean, the NFL has far more. It's tougher to be a dynasty in the NFL now than it used to be. Right? Yeah. I mean, there used to be, if you look at, the 60s were Green Bay, and the 70s were the Steelers and the Cowboys, and the 80s were the 49ers, and I think maybe the Cowboys. I don't know, another one. And then the 90s, the 80s were the Bears. The Bears had about a 4 or 5 year dynasty, too. But, you don't see that anymore right now, I don't think. Do you?
Yeah, a little bit with the Chiefs, I think.
Yeah, the Chiefs are there right now.
Okay, is that it? It's probably it.
In the NFL?
In the NFC, there's no clear cut, just when, you thought that the Eagles might have a dynasty, they screwed it up. Now, they might be on the rebound now. Packers, I don't know.
You can't call that a dynasty.
No, you can't. Not at all. I said they were on the verge of potentially, if had Aaron Rodgers not choked, 4 NFC championships.
They were also lucky to play in the NFC Central when the other 3 teams were straight trash.
So Tom Brady, 37 minutes.
Yeah.
NFC North, sorry.
Look how good he looks. You can't tell me he can't get any man any woman.
Oh yeah, well, you just made a confession.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Sure, I'm gay.
He's on the
Tom
DL with
Brady.
all the executives. That's why he gets those good deals.
I don't. I'm not.
Turn everybody in here gay.
I'm not gay, but man, if you had to be gay,
Tom Brady.
If somebody put a gun to your head and say you got to have one go gay guy or you're dead, killing your entire family.
Bubba
the Love Sponge.
That would be your go gay guy.
Your go gay guy would be me.
Yeah.
My go gay guy is Tom Brady.
Mine's Justin Timberlake.
Anna, who's your go gay girl?
Go gay girl.
We're all playing this.
Ooh. Probably Christina Applegate back in the day.
No, there's no back in the days. It's modern day. It's today. It says Rhett?
James Gandolfini.
Oh,
he's dead, and you're being a smart ass.
You smart ass.
No, I legitimately don't know.
So bad
I've never thought about. Thanks, Brian.
He's so passive. What? What's not passive aggressive?
Yeah,
passive dickness.
Yeah, that's the same thing.
Sarcastic.
Passive dickness with a side out of sarcasm.
I don't know. I've just never thought about the topic before.
Well,
so
I asked you.
Well, it's on the table
do you
now.
not have the ability to spontaneously
say James Gandolfini? I just did.
Yeah,
no,
a man
that's just a stupid answer.
One that could be in play that somebody could actually take.
He's a Tyson Bedford type.
Let me. Who's yours? Oh, me.
Yeah.
And yours is Justin Timberlake. And Anna, play the game.
I'm trying to think if I want to go like sexy girly girl or more of like athletically.
Just go somebody.
How about that Veronica chick that was into Tom Brady? That Slovakian model.
That's your go-gay girl.
Sure.
Her Slovakian woman.
I say her.
Now, Rhett, that you've had a time to regroup and potentially think in another 5 seconds to try to pull something out of your ass besides James Gandolfini, whatever the hell they are.
Soprano.
Who was your go-gay guy?
Mike Evans.
Oh, God.
That makes sense. That checks out.
It does.
Why bother with broadcasting excellence when you can have broadcasting decadence instead? The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
How's your meal, Booby?
Good. Mach is Haiti Chupan.
Haiti Chupan.
The Persian Wolf. Mr. Olympia 2022. Right, Mach? Haiti Chupa. He is yoked, man. 5'7", 254, same height as Mach. What's up, everybody? Bob, isn't your go-gay guy Dylan Mulvaney?
No.
We weren't talking sports. We were talking your go-gay guys. That's not sports.
Get him.
Kill James Gill.
I just want to clarify. You said you're so bad for the show.
Yeah, as a joke.
Where was the joke?
What?
What was the joke?
What?
What was the joke?
About you're so bad for the show? It was highlighting your smart ass answer.
I don't know. That was pretty dickish.
Sorry, man. Sounds good, Sicilian redneck. Was that the first name that came to your mind?
James Gan. If yes, yeah, it was.
Why?
Because I've been watching Sopranos lately.
Oh, okay. I was like, why was that top of the mind? A dead guy who hasn't been relevant in at least a decade. The 70 Club is fucking impressive, man. He will probably be the only member of that club.
Which club?
Acuna.
Oh.
Yeah, that's elite shit. To have that type of speed and power.
Got it. Thank you.
Tampon Terry brother, Muscle Beach, Nova Scotia. What's up, Nick?
Zagonga.
The good guy.
Gonna go see Amber soon for the next couple months. I hear it's growing so fast.
Crazy.
Oh yeah, Jay won't play with you accusing him of being homosexual. He doesn't play with that stuff.
True said his go-to though would be C-Bum.
C-Bum? Who's that?
We should go look him up.
Soon, Nick, soon.
Hey Bubba, I sent you a picture. Macho Man wanted to know if you liked those lights real quick.
Oh, Chris Bumstead?
Oh, he's Mr. Olympia like 3 times. Good morning, Felix. Zakat. Hi,
All right, who sent me what?
I just sent you a picture that Macho Man wanted to know on the LED lights real quick. If you like those. So Felix got.
Yeah, but we're not going to
Chris
be able to
Bumstead's
fucking
never worn
afford
this
those.
Olympia.
Yes, he has.
We're not going to be able to afford those.
Yes, he has.
No, he hasn't.
Let's see.
I'm looking literally at the chronological list of
They're
winners.
between $15 to
They're
$30
probably one of the
a
more
piece, it
recent
seems
ones.
like.
Per
but it
yeah,
hasn't been
exactly.
Years,
I mean,
and
fucking
they didn't update
yeah,
Wikipedia.
exactly. We can't afford that.
He's not one.
Everybody just needs to forget it. 15 to 30 a piece. Does Macho Man not know who the fuck? Like, you know, we're not fucking.
That's when Mr. Olympia
Cheaper than
Classic
Macho?
Physique winner.
God, Macho, you know that we're
the
fucking.
classic
You know.
physique, not the overall Mr. Open.
Yeah, it's
I was
open.
talking about Open.
No.
That's Mr. Olympia is the Open winner.
Well, I mean, there's different categories.
I know, but when you say he's Mr. Olympia, you refer to the Open.
They're like a bunch of sharks circling in the water, searching for blood or any sign of weakness, and are ready to strike. This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Macho Man, I'm not even gonna put on the screen the suggestions. What do you think? You're working at Fox News?
It's $15 up a tube. We got Tom Brady to pay for him since he's such a badass.
Stop with all that nonsense.
So
and
Tom
then
Brady out. Can we let him go?
You should have seen the light. Should have seen the lights he was looking at before.
Tom Brady.
Macho Man, quit being a dick.
He does not like
Jesus,
Tom Brady.
why are you so like? Why are you becoming like you're like becoming a dick?
Because you guys made him think gay thoughts.
Should I just take your? Should I turn your mic off if you're just going to be a dick every response? I mean, now you're mad because I'm covering Tom Brady. You're so Tom Brady'd out. Well, who cares what you think? Tom Brady's the man. You're the minority. You're the minority, and I don't even know why you wouldn't like Tom Brady. What man wouldn't like Tom Brady?
That's right.
Jesus.
His arms are small, bro.
Secondly,
Bills fans, Dolphins fans,
Macho Man,
Jets fans.
You know that like $15 to $30 a tube, and us needing 200 tubes for this entire studio, buddy. I'm on almost the same type of budget as your other bosses. I mean, you got to work with me on this.
Well,
stuff.
no, I was thinking we could spread them out more, and we'd do one wall at a time, maybe, or maybe just the back wall above.
This could be a 4-year project for you.
Yeah.
I think it's something we need to talk about privately and not on the air.
Okay.
Just because it's just maybe we just do nothing. Maybe we've done enough. Maybe we stop. Maybe I just stop trying to put so many lights in here. Maybe it looks good enough.
No, man, lights are cool.
Maybe it looks good
Flashing
enough.
the more flashing lights you have, the cooler you are.
Well, anyway.
There's a like a chart that shows it.
Direct correlation.
Yeah, there's a direct correlation.
Shut up, idiot.
No.
Taylor Swift.
Piggy 7375 $100 cash.
I haven't even checked my PayPal.
Uh-oh.
Why don't you check it?
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all that, the Bubba Army. It's the last 2 days of the month. So whether that's you, going and downloading a podcast or going to our YouTube channel and liking and subscribing to it, do something proactive with regards to us in the next couple of days. Maybe go to BubbaArmyStore.com and buy one of those Brian Matroni-inspired polos.
I thought they're sold out.
I think there's a few sizes left, I think. But I know that there's straw hats left. I don't think Brian would look very good in a straw hat.
No, I don't think so.
When's the last time you went out and did yard work, Brian? Hey, Brian,
This weekend, I did some weeding.
I wonder if we should do this. Maybe we tape this to be a special, and I bring you to the track one weekend, and I teach you how to run heavy equipment. Like, Brian, can you imagine me seeing Brian on a grader?
No.
Can you imagine seeing him on a skid steer, like pick up a pile of dirt and bringing it over here and dumping it over here?
Nope.
Can you imagine him on an excavator, like digging a big-ass hole, and then taking it out and dumping it? Oh, you got to have real good skill set if you're an excavator and you're loading up a triaxle dump truck. So you have to be really steady on the stick. So try to teach Brian how to load a dump truck with an excavator. We can call it like Bubba's Man Camp, or Bubba tries to man up the baby face or something. Brian, have you ever done anything like that? Have you ever ran a chainsaw? Have you ever shot a gun?
I've used a jackhammer. I've shot guns.
You have shot guns?
Yeah.
Do you not like them?
I mean, look, it is what it is. They're fun to shoot, I guess.
Have you ever ran a grader?
No, I haven't had cause to run a grader, a skid steer, none of that.
Have you ever ridden a motorcycle?
I have been on a dirt bike, yes.
You have?
Not a motorcycle.
Oh, okay.
Does it count if you've been on the back of one?
No. No.
Okay. Never mind.
Oh, Anna was going to say she's ridden, you know what.
Oh, yeah, she's ridden. I mean, she's been a rider on probably a lot of those things.
Excuse me?
It's called riding bitch.
No, you've probably...
When you sit in the back.
Yes.
You've probably been on the back.
I've been a bitch many times.
When was the first time that you ever rode on the back of a motorcycle? Because that's kind of...
I remember.
Hold on, that's kind of a bad girl thing.
It's kind of interesting how that happened.
You kind of get your...
It's kind of pathetic.
As guys... if a chick that's ridden on the back of a motorcycle instantaneously has a little bit cooler of a vibe than a bitch that has not been on the back of a motorcycle.
Maybe not this bitch. So there was this guy that in college that lived below us, and his name was Danny. And Danny owned a motorcycle.
Yeah.
He used to be super fat. I remember that he said he used to be really fat, and we're like, yeah. He showed us a picture of him as a kid, and he was not kidding. He was like 250. He was a big boy, and he was short. He wasn't that tall. So Danny lived below us. Danny's a doctor now. Everything worked out for Danny. So he had a crush on my roommate, Cammie, the one who just got married in Denver, actually. And he'd always come up looking for her. And he wanted to go on a motorcycle. He wanted to take her on a motorcycle ride. So he comes up and he's asking for Cammie. He wants to take her on a motorcycle ride. So I text her and she's like, this guy won't leave me alone. I don't want to go. But she wasn't at home. So
you got a hand-me-down motorcycle ride?
Yeah. So I said, Danny, I was like, Cammie's not here. I was like, but I'll go.
Now, hold on. That has to mean that you thought Danny was pretty hot.
No, I'd never been on a motorcycle before.
She wanted to watch him eat.
All right,
I would.
You went?
Yeah, he literally went like this. All right. And so I said, yay!
Oh,
and then I was the worst because I didn't know that you're supposed to lean into the turns.
Yeah. So what you're doing?
So I'm counter programming the whole time. I'm like, careful.
Guy's trying to make a left, and she's completely over on the right exhaust pipe.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's like we're gonna fall over. I didn't know anything about whatever G-forces.
Did he go out and get going kind of fast a little bit?
He did. I made him get off the highway because it was too fast, so we had to do back roads. He was annoyed. I don't remember seeing Danny much after that.
I'm on a motorcycle, and I got some bitch telling me, tap me on the shoulder. I think we need to get off the highway and need to take the back roads. You know what I'm doing? I'm grabbing a gear and eat.
Well, then you can
Screw you, bitch.
You hit the exit, drop her off, and leave her there.
Yeah.
He's like, you got to turn with me.
Go inside and get a soda for me, and then you take off.
Yeah. Oh, that would be. Yeah. Give her $5, right, Brian? Go in again and get a Slurpees or something like that, and then out of there.
That'd be so mean. But yeah,
unless she had your helmet, Unless she had her helmet on.
I did have a helmet on. Of course I had a helmet on.
Which was probably his helmet.
Well, of course.
So,
You got to leave your helmet. You can't
they
go
don't
to a
let
gas station with your
You want to leave a $200 helmet, just some bitch wearing a $200. Now you're down to.
But I remember him being like, you got to turn with me. And he was like getting frustrated. He's like, turn with me. And I go, I just feel like we're getting a bit close to the ground. So.
Yeah, you'd be the worst.
But that was my first motorcycle ride.
And your only?
No, I had a few more.
Have you had any bad boy ones? Have you had where a guy's really getting it? I mean, like really kind of scaring you?
They scare me all the time. I'm always afraid. But what do you mean, like that they're gonna hurt themselves or me? Or
no, like they really. I mean,
or they're like a bad boy. Like that's the image.
But both.
Sure, I have.
They're kind of a bad boy, but they're also driving very recklessly and maybe doing a wheelie.
Yeah. I did that a few times when I was in Southeast Asia on the back of a bike with like this guy that I was traveling with, who did not like me, but I had like a little crush on him. Yeah.
That should be your new podcast. Yeah. That's what your new podcast should be called. He didn't like me, but I had a little crush on him.
Yeah. I would even like it when people would assume we were together and he hated it. And I was like, oh, like I would let them think that we were a couple and he would always like explain.
That's a weird move.
Oh, so hold on now. So you would try to play the couple card and then he would correct.
I mean, people would just come up to us and assume, whatever about us that we were a couple because
that we're just friends. Is that what he would say?
Yeah, but he knew that wasn't even believable enough, especially if we were talking to a woman that he was attracted to. So he would say we were cousins. Because then it was like, they're definitely not blasting.
Oh, that means, what I mean? And that shows you the level of how much he doesn't like you either.
Oh, I understand.
Like he's got you completely shut out.
Yeah.
Like
still friends with him?
Like he doesn't even care about your feelings. He doesn't even care that you're going to get mad about that. Like
No, I never got mad. His only redeeming quality, and he was a jerk, he was a douchebag, all that sort of stuff. But the reason why I appreciated him is that he was always honest. Even if he didn't care, he never tried to help. He never tried to worry about anybody's feelings. He was always very honest. He would tell the girls, I met him in college and he would be like, you got to get going because I got another girl coming. And they'd get upset and cry. And he's like, I'm just telling you the truth. He was always honest. So
I love that.
I appreciated that about him.
So he was, Danny was that big of a stud.
This is not Danny.
Oh.
This was another guy.
Another dude.
Yeah.
And he had so much swagger that he could tell a girl, listen, you got to leave because I got another one coming over.
You have no idea. Yeah.
My Lord. I mean, he must have been really, really having a business for girls to put up with that.
Yeah. And never mind.
No,
secret.
He what?
Oh, he's down low?
No, in college, he told me that he secretly taped himself having relations with a woman. And I was like, well, that's illegal. You can't. And did you tell her about it?
Do you know? Hold on. Hello?
I know a talent agent in New York that'd be interested in that tape.
Do you not know what program you're on? And,
yeah, I know. That's what I was going to say.
That sort of thing kind of ruined my life?
Right.
Right. Yeah. So why would you bring that up? That's
because I just thought about it in my head of all the things I remember about this guy, and that was one of them. That was the first sex tape I saw, I think.
Oh, but he would show you.
Well, he said, I said, you can't do that. That's illegal. They didn't know you're filming.
You're like, let me commit the crime too and show it to me.
So he goes, oh, I didn't do that. Like he immediately, because he was kind of stupid too. But so he'd be like, oh, I didn't do that. I'm like, yeah, you did. I'm like, show me the tape. So I went over to his house and he showed me the tape. And I'm like, well, that's impressive.
Like Jeffrey Dahmer.
She just wanted to see him. She wanted to see him banging.
Too
so
bad he didn't.
She went home and rubbed one out.
Too bad he didn't eat you.
No, not even once.
No, but yeah,
that's okay.
I was going more towards the Jeffrey Dahmer cannibalism deal, more towards the oral deal.
Oh, I didn't know where you were going with that one.
I think you got a better chance of a man actually eating you than you do eating you.
Was that permanently in your spank bank, Anna? That video?
Oh no, I'd never seen. Like I was.
You've never seen such a voyeuristic deal.
Well, I was very late to the game in a lot of aspects, and I don't think I had even watched porn at that point. But I saw porn, real porn.
I mean, well, like that real amateur, that kind of deal.
Yeah, I'd never seen like someone candidly having sex like that and with the lights on.
Did it turn you on?
It was more of just like I wanted to see how it all worked because at the time I was a virgin and nobody really knew. So I tried to play it off like, oh yeah, I see this stuff all the time. I didn't know.
They knew. They were trying to stay away from you.
Probably.
All right. So did you see AOC and what she said about these people that are breaking into stores and stealing stuff? Did you see what her excuse was?
No, this is a clip from a few years ago, I think, that resurfaced.
Because now she's in a fight with Elon
All right, but hold on.
This is from the
And so they
2020
go
summer,
out
right?
and
I think so.
they need to feed their child and they don't have money. So you maybe have to, they're put in a position where they feel like they either need to shoplift some bread or go hungry that night.
Yeah, just bread. That's all they want.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
just
sure those
bread.
TVs taste delicious.
Because I'm telling you right now, man,
Those iPhones.
the snatch and grabs that I saw yesterday on YouTube
Yeah.
were Philadelphia, and it was an iPhone store
Yeah.
that they broke into, and they were stealing all the brand new iPhone 15s, which are what, about $2,000, $1,800? I don't know what's the new titanium.
Probably about 1,500, right?
I don't know
Whatever that
all right.
cult of idiots is willing to pay for that crap.
All right, so anyway. You sounded like such an old guy.
much
Get
is
off
your
my
Android?
lawn.
Whatever
Is
cult
your
of
Android that much
idiots
more
is
powerful?
wanna pay
You
for
sounded
that crap.
get off my lawn guy. So
Get
anyway,
my flip phone.
all I saw were Philadelphians running into young black. I'm just gonna say it like it is. Young black
can't say
teenager.
that.
The video showed young black teenagers running into they were going in like at 30, 40, 50, 60 at a time, and just going in and picking the shelves dry. The security personnel within the iPhone company are told to retreat and not engage. The cops were coming, but they do these
They arrested 30 of them.
They do these big mob. Now this is just most recently. They do these big mob grabs where they go
It's
in
like a flash dance, but then everyone steals everything.
and I think it's become really a big problem in L.A. and San Francisco. And
Seattle and
Well, wherever they've decriminalized things, that's where it's a problem.
so, I mean, Brian, how do you? I guess AOC says.
I mean, look, I think
like that, but that's
she
all
says
from
stupid stuff.
demilitarized. It's all
This
from
is
that.
your girl.
It's all
Yeah,
from
my
that.
girl. I voted for her.
Hold on, it's all part of that democratic, urban and demilitarizing the police, defunding the
Well,
police.
demilitarizing the police isn't a problem.
No, I mean,
you know
yeah. You know what I'm talking
It's
about.
decriminalizing this behavior.
the
It's
common
saying
denominator-
we're not going to prosecute you unless you steal, major things. It's a problem. You can't have a lawless society.
I sent you a link on her noob thing with her and Elon now. Elon called her stupid. Or she's not that smart.
Elon did?
Yeah,
Well,
he tweeted at her because her comment, she's just not that smart, was his comment.
Of when it comes to people coming to New York City today,
Because I'm a
are
woman of color.
Nothing. I'm telling you, nothing compared to the daily amounts of people that we saw coming in through Ellis Island in the first half of this century. More than 12 million immigrants that passed through Ellis Island between 1892.
By the way, this is AOC trying to make an excuse on how many immigrants are flooding our country borders.
If you scroll down the video,
I know. I want to hear her finish this up.
1954. And we had seen just huge numbers of people coming in per day that far eclipsed what we're seeing right now.
And were they giving Obama phones and free money and subsidized homes? I don't think so.
Yeah, when the people that you're talking about during the time period came to Ellis
The
Island.
Gilded Age is what she's referring to.
Right. But when they came to Ellis Island, the way I've always known it to go down.
Lemmy's shaking his head.
Is
I just saying don't click that video.
Oh.
I was just saying scroll down on the video.
Lemmy, I'm trying to tell a story.
Okay.
Sorry. No, I called his head shaking out. I thought it was
the way I
urgent.
understood that if we're talking about the era that she just talked about Ellis Island and the immigration system and how it worked, the amount of people that were processed through Ellis Island during this golden age of immigration, they were heavily screened at the border. They were given tests and of intelligence and physicality. If you had, if you had like cancer or like polio or something like that, they wouldn't let you in. It was a much more stringent screening process. And then if you were allowed, into our country, you then blended into society and started working immediately for somebody else or you took your craft and your trade that maybe you were
maybe the little money you saved up and you started your own business,
right? And maybe you're maybe you're
blacksmith
or maybe you were you sold flowers, or maybe you were men's clothing, or maybe
a food cart,
food cart, or maybe you opened up a restaurant. Right. Or you opened up a trucking company or something, and you busted your ass, and your kids worked for you, and it was just you
grinded,
you blended into society, and guess what? You were giving nothing. You were absolutely giving. You were not given. You were not given housing. You were not given a phone. You were not given money.
Would have been amazing if they got a phone back then.
All right,
but you weren't even given. You were. I mean, you were given a swift kick in the ass and hopes and aspirations that you can make it in society. Boom. That's what it was. And if we went back to that, I think it would be okay. We screen you a little bit more, vigorously. We let the good people in, and we see if they can make it in our society by getting a job, working for somebody, saving money, furthering your education on your own. No help.
Just from family.
It's tough to come from. It's tough to come from everybody here in this studio, and this. None of us have been given help. None of us have ever been.
We've got help. Come on.
Yeah, everybody's had help along the way. No. Nobody's an island.
I'm talking about governmentally.
Oh.
I'm talking about. I don't know that any of us are on welfare. I don't know that any of us are on. But I don't know that any of us get any government subsidies at all.
Mm-mm.
Other than your possible IRS refund check, and if you are a business and you got the PPP loan, maybe that. But I mean, that might very well be, Brian, the only help that you've ever been given by the government.
Some student loans, yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
But now, man, they're just handing money out. You can be a woman. As soon as you turn 16, man, you start popping out kids. You can get on the WIC and all these kind of government assistant things where you literally, I mean, you could get free housing, free health care, and up to like $800 a kid.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, there are some people that really know how to game the system. You get unemployment. You get maybe you went and worked for an employer for a big Fortune 500 company for 2 years, and all of a sudden you had a strange slip and fall disability, third vertebrae, Willie, can't work. Oh my God, I got bad pain. Now, Anna, you're getting you're getting disability. You're getting maybe the $600 or $700 a kid kicker. You're getting free health care, probably free government subsidized housing. I mean, there's a lot more free money they're spreading around nowadays than they used to, right?
Yep.
We never spread around free money back then.
I just sent you a chart of what, from 2010, the net cost of illegal immigration in the United States.
It's corporate welfare as well, though. Let's face it. That the food stamps program is a corporate welfare program.
What do you mean?
Well, what do the people who get food stamps receive?
Food.
You're right. Who's making the money off that food? PepsiCo, Frito-Lay.
Oh,
the meat and dairy industry. No, 100%. 100%. It's a corporate welfare program.
And when it's brought to the table of Congress of whether certain food items should and shouldn't be on SNAP, guess who pays them off? Coca-Cola.
Yes.
Coca-Cola made a contribution, I think it was like $10 billion to the NAACP to say if you take our products off of subsidized food stamps and stuff like that, that it's racist. We need you to blow in that call, and they freaking did.
So they get the
so
right.
they do that. So the kids drink all the Pepsi, the soda, then they get diabetes at 17. They're on metformin for the rest of their life.
The pharmaceutical company loves it.
Yep.
I mean, this is corporate welfare. Let's face it. It's corporate welfare disguised as individual welfare. It's not welfare. It's sick fare. That's what they need to call it, because what they are eating, what they are getting is making them sick. It's not real food. It's food-like products. And if it was true welfare, then it should be only staples, only nutritious items, only
bread, eggs, milk, potatoes.
Yeah,
No,
not
vegetables,
sugary
fruits
drinks.
and vegetables.
Right. Yeah.
No,
it's
not
horrible.
Gushers fruit snacks.
Right, and the great thing, and by great I mean
you could have some gray area like with some cereals and things like that because you parents
sugar content. It should be based on the sugar content in the cereal. So yes, you should be able to have some cereal that fits within a dietary guideline and restriction.
I mean, only
if you are not well enough off to take care of yourself,
gotta have my Frosted Flakes.
Well, you don't need the government to buy them for you.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
That's the government doesn't have to buy it
and
for
the
you.
great thing, and by great I mean financial, the great thing about like a kid with diabetes is that they don't die. They stay alive for a long time and make all of those industries lots of money.
Hello, who's this?
Hey, Bubba, it's Farva calling from Minnesota.
Hey,
he's on his walk.
How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Hey, I just wanted to chime in, with this whole welfare thing. My mom, when I was younger, she was on welfare, and she received money and then food stamps and stuff like that. But this is where I'm going with it. I watched my mom one day when she'd been off like 6 months, and she took us down to this office, which happened to be the welfare office after, I grew up and learned what everything was going on. And she wanted to pay back all of the money that she had received over the 6 months. My mom was working really hard. She was working 2 jobs, raising 2 boys, single mother.
But listen, hold on.
And,
but we have to stop. We got to stop immediately because your mom was part of the generation. Is part of the generation that was taught to work and have values and try to pay your own way. And your mom was just on some hard times and she needed some help. And welfare was designed to do exactly what it did for your mother. Now, what it's become is not what it was to your mother. Helping her out a little bit till she got back on the feet because she wanted to work, but she was in a little bit of a rut. That's what welfare is supposed to be. But what welfare is not is if your mom would have been just like in today's world is that woman doesn't want to go to work. She loves the free money, and she might have 1 or 2 more kids to keep the free money train going. So, that's what it's become. What started out on a good thing, like the way your mom did it, has turned into what it has become now, which is just absolute free for all.
This is what I'm trying to say is you're 100% right in that is my mom, she goes, I want you boys to watch this because, they helped us out and I'm going to give this back. She was teaching us a lesson. And I remember my mom going up and talking to the lady, and my mom tried to give this lady a check. And the lady would not accept the check. She's like, you don't have to pay that back. And my mom's like, I absolutely do have to take it back because, I do have to pay it back.
But honestly, honest to God, I think procedurally as a government agency, they're not set up to do that. So they probably legally can't do it or even have the form to be able to do it.
No one's ever done it before. They don't know what to do.
Brian. They don't even have the form to fill out. The guy comes back and wants to pay back in $7,200.
You pay it back by helping others. You pay it back by paying your taxes. You pay it back by improving your son's lives so that they're not reliant and dependent upon government assistance in the future. It does get paid back, and there's value to it, and some people need it, and there needs to be a safety net.
I agree.
The real problem
I agree,
with it,
Brian. There needs to be one, but it has gotten way out of control.
And that's because of corporate interests.
Anyway, buddy, tell your mom she kicks ass.
And we've destigmatized it to the point where it's actually celebrated to get free stuff rather than stigmatized where it's not what you want to be doing. And that's the real issue with it. And I'm not saying that people should be shamed for being on welfare and support because, again, a capitalist society is always going to have some element of
that. With some people, it's their job, though.
Right, it's their livelihood.
Juggling the juggling on how to play the free benefit system game is their job.
And rather than paying soybean farmers to not grow soybeans and corn farmers to not grow corn, we should be taking those products and providing them to those that actually need the food in our own country. So rather than doing it to protect the price internationally of our goods, allow them to still sell it on the open market for a fair value and give the direct goods away.
Well, I mean, what's this
Wait,
AOC?
Can I just real quick to piggyback off of destigmatizing?
I watched this one already?
Yeah. They were just showing a comment.
That Elon Musk said that she was stupid. Anyway, I'm back over you.
Yeah, talking about destigmatizing being on welfare and stuff. I saw this thing on Instagram and it really rubbed me the wrong way. It was kind of disturbing. It was this young single mother, and she was like glamorizing, I'll find it, glamorizing being homeless. she's like, oh yeah, get ready with me as my third day as a homeless mom. And then she's like, shows her getting ready and getting free refills at certain places. And she's going about it like it's just like super cool.
And she's probably got a ton of followers.
Yeah, let me find it for you.
She probably is almost maybe
really
even
disturbing.
able to make a living. I mean, you get 100,000.
Who knows if it's real?
I mean,
maybe not. And she gives obviously out her Venmo and, you know, stuff like that. Let me see if I can find it.
I mean, you know, we glamorize. And so now this bitch who back in the day when you're on food stamps, man, when you go to the cashier, you'd have to get these physical stamps out. There were these stamps and everybody would see you get the stamps out.
They would be for a pound of cheese. It would be for a pound of ground beef.
Right.
It would be for a gallon of milk. There were
some eggs.
Specific items. This is going back to when I was a kid.
I know.
Specific items that you could purchase.
But now it's just it's a
and that's where the corporate interest,
shrimp, baby.
The corporate interest has made it.
It's a debit card. It's a debit card that looks like everybody else's debit card. You swipe it, and it's got your preloaded amount of what you get in there. And there are very few restrictions. I think maybe some of the only restrictions are alcohol and cigarettes
and hot made foods, unless you've are in a state of emergency, which Florida constantly is, and then the grocery stores get the government to lift that stay so that people receiving government assistance
so they can go to the deli and get that rotisserie chicken. Yeah, hell yeah. Woo! Who was looking up some stat for me?
I was looking up the homeless mom deal. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, if you find it, we'll come back with it. All right. All right.
He's calling shenanigans on the deal. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
Even the cell phone thing, it's all corporate welfare. Those cell phone companies make so much fucking money off the government subsidies. Yeah, but I mean, people wonder, why are they doing this? Why are they doing this? Because they're getting lobbyist money. It's not because they want to give poor people free things. It's because they want to keep lining their fucking pockets with the special interest money they get from the lobbyists. It's corporate fucking welfare. Call it for what it is. Call it out for what it is.
Okay, well, why don't you settle the fuck down? You're making me nervous.
No, man, I get fired up about this issue. Because people blame the individual who's taking what they're being given, and not the lawmakers that are setting up this fucked up system that allows for it to be done. Corporate Willie.
Still a little bit to blame on the individual.
No, you can't blame a person for playing within the rules of a system. Everybody is going to game a system always. When you have a system, you're going to have a certain level of gaming that goes on. It's baked into the cake. But the destigmatization of it, that's a problem. There should be a fucking WIC and food stamp line at a grocery store. Yeah, you got to walk through it. Own it. I'm not saying the milk and cheese and the staples don't have companies behind it, but those companies are almost all subsidized by the government to begin with anyways. So what I'm saying is, like, yeah, the corn farmers, the soybean farmers, everybody that you're paying not to grow crops, pay them to grow those crops and then give that shit away.
Someone's gonna handle the not grow crops, so then they have to sell their property.
And listen, if you have a healthy product, if you have a healthy, actual food product, then people should be able to have access to that. If you're selling people diabetes and fucking gout and all these other health and medical problems that we're going to have to pay for, we're not going to subsidize that.
Well, like you said, that's the intention, is to keep you sick.
Yeah, it's not welfare, it's sick care. Like I said, that's a better name for it.
Yeah. It's disturbing.
It is. Our system is fundamentally broken. And again, you have to have a social safety net. You cannot be a society that lets people die and starve.
Yeah.
That's not functioning.
I think this is her. I think this is the stay-at-home.
I'm not saying people should be shamed for being poor, but having a stigma with it and making people not want to be that way is a good thing to have as a society. Yeah, fuck your safe space. Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong about this, but this is the woman that I was referring to. But I just remember watching it like, I'm just homeless, it's cool. Just having more kids.
Precisely, Heather's spin instructor. You would be a fool. You don't hate the player, you hate the game.
I don't know.
You can think that
as long as I'm aware of the game, then I don't have to play. But when you just get wrapped up in the game, you don't know you're in the game.
No, but what I'm saying is the game.
Oh, you're in the game.
The terrible system of the welfare
You're in the
system.
game, dude.
That's the game.
I'll just get mine.
The people playing the game. You expect people to play the game, right? Like that's the whole point of the game.
You want to play a game?
I want to play a game.
If you create this system, they're going to play within that system.
Yeah.
That's why you don't hate them.
Well, explain yourselves. Just like a six-pack of cheap Yiddish beer.
Doesn't surprise me. You look like a typical low-life character to me.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today's after show will be me, Brian, Lummy, Brett. If you want, you can participate. You're a sports guy. If you want to be on it,
yes, sir.
Me, Brian, basically everybody except Anna. We're sending her home. She doesn't like sports, and when we talk about sports and for an extended amount of time, she sits there and looks miserable.
More miserable, you should say. She always looks miserable.
Yeah, lost, miserable, uncomfortable, and genuinely not enthused. So that when we have Brian in and we tend to go sports, we tell her to go home.
Hit the bricks, kid.
Put your cleats on and get to stepping.
Pound sand.
Man, could Travis Kelce done any more pimp of a move? She might not be the hottest bitch in the world, but she's the most popular chick in the world. Taylor Swift is the equivalent to what Michael Jackson used to be.
Can I give you some stats?
Yes, please.
Taylor?
And these are just that's just my opinion.
His jersey sales are up almost 500%.
Yeah.
His Instagram followers are up like 500,000. The average resale price tickets to the Kansas City Chiefs game were like an all-time high for a regular season game, and they sold more tickets since this story broke than they had sold since before the season started.
Him and his brother's podcast on YouTube normally averages like 50 to 100,000 views an episode. The one where they talked about Taylor Swift at the game, I think, is pushing 1 million.
His Apple podcast is the #1 downloaded podcast in America.
His.
That's
the one that he does with
that is
his
the
brother.
Taylor Swift rub.
But she is so calculated and smart and so wonderfully handled. Think about, if you're literally the most famous, popular pop culture star in the world, there's a big lot of wiggle room to mess up your stardom. Just doing normal, stupid stuff that maybe, what is she, 33? That 33-year-old girls might get themselves into. So, Brian, kudos, because you never really hear too many scandalous type, besmirching stuff to her. So she's handled and managed very well.
It's also how she was raised.
Her dad was a financial advisor. I think he worked for like Merrill Lynch or something like that. He's local. I think he's St. Petersburg.
Really?
And he's been heavily involved in her building her empire and sustaining it.
And
everything's calculated.
But I'm saying, like, she's handled and managed well, very well. And she's arguably, in at least today, the world's biggest star.
Pop star, yeah.
Can anybody think of, just off the top of your head, whether it's the most famous F1 driver or the most famous soccer player?
Lionel Messi might be a close second to her in terms of Q score.
What about like Donald Trump? Are we eliminating politicians?
I think
he's too polarizing.
I think she's more.
But people know who he is. That's not the question.
Yeah.
It's
people in China know who
popularity.
she is too, though. I don't know. I don't know. She's up there, and
she's definitely
she's
in the
worth
conversation.
How much is she worth? Isn't she worth
like 800 million? She's close to $1 billion.
Yeah, about 750.
She's worth almost $1 billion, which means, Brian, you can do, and if you are worth that much money, you travel in big private jets, you got big yachts. You do.
She has like 12 properties.
You do that kind of cool stuff, right?
Yeah.
And for, some lunk-headed tight end I'm not trying to stereotype him or put him, but in the overall scheme of things, a tight end in the NFL is probably considered somewhat lunk-headed, right?
Yeah.
They're the dummies.
Well, not the dummies, but they're the big dudes.
Gronk was a tight end, right?
Yeah, Gronk was a tight end. Yeah. They're, right? Brian, tight ends usually are not regarded in the same conversation as quarterbacks.
No. Even wide receivers. Yeah. They're kind of in a have historically been in a different category.
Right.
Although the position's becoming more and more
sexy.
Yeah, sexy.
Big Mike and his lend me $50 in the Cash App. A lot of tight ends now.
Big
are
Mike,
also
Southwest Florida Golf Carts.
Yes.
Go to flgolfcarts.com. I actually had a couple people wanting to know who my e-bike connection was. I haven't talked about it enough, but Big Mike, if you are interested in e-bikes or anything like golf carts, he can ship them right to you, even if you're Bubba Army not here. It's is it FloridaGolfCarts.com?
Yeah, flgolfcarts.com.
Yeah. He can rehab your golf cart. He has the e-bikes that I ride. And he'll be at Barpool, not?
Yes, he will. And going back to the tight end thing, a lot of not a lot, but I'd say 50% of tight ends are former quarterbacks now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They bulk them up.
and.
Yeah, because obviously you got to know your blocking and
I don't know. So they're doing that probably on the college level. You have to do that.
Yeah, they're doing that from high school. High school transitioning to college.
I thought
the guys
was
that can't
talking
make
about
it.
the guy. I thought they were talking about the Bucks practice squad.
No. I'm in college.
Look at Taysom Hill. He's a good example of it. That actually did it as a pro.
Yeah.
And then Tim Tebow tried to pull it off.
No, he waited way too long. He was too arrogant to do it. He decided to go play baseball instead.
Man, Tim Tebow could have been Taysom Hill 12 years ago.
Tim Tebow, if he had done that, would maybe still be in the league.
Yeah, he'd be a revolutionary player.
Tim Tebow, had he not gone and played baseball and he made the transition right from quarterback to tight end, with his work ethic and his like he's a very smart guy too, and I'm just saying like he would have worked his ass off, that, and gotten his bulked up Lummy to like 260.
Yep.
And I think he had pretty good hands and worked and gotten people to teach him how to run routes and block and things like that.
I thought we were saving sports for later.
But he's such an athlete that he would have probably been great at it.
Yeah, 100%.
Guess we'll never know.
But he went to play baseball. He was
back to Taylor Swift.
Wasn't he horrible at baseball?
He made it to AAA. He actually wasn't that bad.
I mean, he was a draw, man. No, he made it to AAA because
It
he's
doesn't matter.
Tim
He still was a trim
Tebow.
to
The same way
AAA.
Michael Jordan made it to AA Birmingham or whatever it was.
I mean, when you're so bad in the 250, 260s.
That's not. I mean, in AAA, you got to be hitting 300 to hope
For
to
not
transition
playing
to the big
baseball,
leagues.
for not playing baseball
Sports
from
later.
middle school.
Sports later.
All right, sports later.
So hey, Travis Kelce, you got it figured out, my friend.
There's a little clip of the podcast with his bro talking about T Swift.
Talking about how he date like.
Is that it?
Is this it?
No.
So you heard after the Kansas City Chiefs
There.
game, they went out to a restaurant together, and Taylor's people went in and said, "Listen, Taylor's going to pay for everybody's meal here. You need to take it to go, and her and Travis are going to have the restaurant to themselves." And everybody left.
For real?
Yep.
So they went in, had this after game party, and they wanted it to, be not the average paparazzi or just, Janet and Ron from the south side of Kansas City having a late night cap after the ball game that has a cell phone that would be plastering pictures all over the internet when Taylor Swift and Travis was trying to have an intimate moment in the corner, right?
Right.
Because how much would that would be everywhere? So she's so smart and she's so well managed that her team goes in and says to that manager, we want to rent the entire place. Tell us whatever that number is, and then everybody that's currently here, in order for them to get out of here in the next 15, 20, 30 minutes, we're going to pay for everybody's tab, but they have to get it to go.
You don't have to go home. You just can't stay here. Yep.
And you have no bill.
No bill.
Man, that is being a straight. That is pimp, is it not, Brian?
Bub would be like, "I'll take 4 fillets to go, please."
And let's now hold on. That wasn't his people. That was her people.
Right. And this picture, trust me, they wanted this picture leaked. This isn't accidental.
This one right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
it's intentional.
That shows you her affection for him.
Well, or it can be written off as it wasn't total affection. They were just. It's control. It's all about controlling
it's ambiguous.
the image.
Is this right here? Let me.
Yeah.
It's season 4. Watch out.
Watch out. Watch out.
You know what? That is exactly the Kardashians and their lives that have been.
I thought the show
spattered.
ended.
Yeah, well, nope. Now it's on Hulu.
Season 4 of whatever this crap is.
After E dropped it, then now Hulu's picked it back up and they're back on it, acting like a bunch of rich. This is exactly what's wrong with our society: is that we idolize the Kardashians for being the Kardashians. Like they didn't do anything.
Chris did.
Mention to her, welcome home. I could be with you wherever you go.
You got unplugged.
She unplugged me.
Oh my goodness. This scripted BS. I can't stand that. Ugh.
Let me, where's that?
You were about to watch it. You just went through the
what's wrong with
pre-roll.
your brain?
And then you.
Oh, right
What
here?
is wrong with you?
No, is it this one right here?
Yeah.
We've been avoiding this subject
It all blends together a lot. God,
out of respect for your personal life. But now we got to talk about it.
Yeah, my personal life, that's not so personal. I did this to myself, Jason. I know this.
Now, does he have a podcast that he does prior to dating Taylor Swift?
Yes.
The Kelce brothers have been doing this for a while.
Yeah, this is their second season.
This is his brother that plays on the Eagles.
Right. And they do a podcast, once a week?
Yep, Jason.
Yeah, once, sometimes twice a week.
And what's it called? The Kelce Brothers?
New Heights.
New Heights. And, I mean, huge following, good show.
Yeah, really good show, actually. I can't stand Travis Kelce, but I do enjoy this podcast a lot.
And his brother plays for the Eagles. What position?
Center.
Center.
He's a stud.
He's awesome.
The scene that was
so he's Travis is considered one of the best tight ends in the league, but is this guy equal in as far as good how good of
they're both respectively probably top 3 at their position in the league.
Yeah,
this guy looks like a good cleaned up version of Lummy right here.
He does.
Arrowhead.
If Lummy was in shape and thick and rugged, he'd be this guy.
There is going to be What is your life like?
And again, the person asking Travis this is his brother. So he has the standing. It might be uncomfortable like any other way, it might come across as hackish and trying to like almost TMZ-ish. But when your brother on your guys' podcast asks you about the chick that you're dating, that's in bounds, right? And that's as cool as it gets.
Right now.
I'm on the roller coaster.
Have you noticed
man.
a pickup in
the roller coaster of life?
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed some few things, paparazzi outside my house, like shit like that for sure. Yeah.
Paparazzi.
Did you get that, Bubba?
Yeah. For sure.
How's it feel that Taylor Swift has finally put you on the map?
Shout out to Taylor for pulling up. That was pretty ballsy. Yeah. I just thought it was awesome how everybody in the suite had nothing but great things to say about her. The friends and family. She looked amazing. Everybody was talking about her in great light. And on top of that, the day went perfect for Chiefs fans, of course. We script it all, ladies and gentlemen. It was just impressive. It was impressive.
It was very impressive. It was impressive on the field. It was impressive at the...
You think he calls his brother Privalingos, Travis? How good is it?
Let me smell your fingers.
Yeah. Is she a squirter? Does she talk
Swifty a squirter?
Does she talk dirty? Is she, she's Little House on the Prairie? Is she a freak? I mean, Brian, if you're with a freak or not. Like, the first time you have sex with a chick, you can pretty much figure out.
Even before you have sex with a chick, you have a good idea of what's going on.
But once you finally have had intercourse with her, you kind of got a bearing as to what her sexual crazy freakness is.
Yeah.
Right?
That doesn't slowly reveal itself sometimes?
Well,
it can, but it's more likely to with a 33-year-old, it's more likely to reveal itself early on.
Right, like you kind of know what you got.
Yeah.
You got something. You got to lay down. Either you got to lay down Sally that just lays there, and or you got
Those are the two options.
Or you got ride Sally ride.
Or maybe you got a wild maybe you got a wildcat. Maybe you got a wildcat. You're having sex with her, and she's like, "Come on, give it to me harder." Oh my God!
Is that such a freaky thing to say?
Choke me, daddy.
No, just talking and naughty communication in general is much
that?
No, not
no. God, you are the least sexy person in the world.
You know what? We need to call you.
So you say I'm the best.
Boner, like de-boner.
Yeah. Boner killer.
The boner killer.
Boner killer. Yeah.
I've been called worse.
That's what you are. You're a boner killer.
Thank you.
Some guy's going to hit me. Yeah. With your heavy Jewish accent.
My heavy Jewish accent.
Energy was electric.
The boner killer, ladies and gentlemen.
It was absolutely like to see the slow motion chest bumps.
I think Taylor Swift's probably a freak.
No, probably not. I'm thinking dead fish.
No,
she can't keep a guy.
I'm thinking. Yeah, you're kind of right. She can't keep a dude.
It's kind of hard when you're on tour for 5 years in a row.
And dudes are all about.
Not if you're laying it down good.
We're about the freak, man. Us guys are about the freak. We don't want Little House on the Prairie. We want
a lady in the streets and a freak in the bed.
We want her tearing the headboard.
See the high fives with mom to see how Chiefs Kingdom was all excited that she was there. That shit was absolutely hysterical, and it was definitely a game I'll remember. That's for damn sure. And then we just slid off in the getaway car at the end. Took my Chevelle to the game, and
totally planned as well.
You already know,
absolutely planned for him to be in the convertible.
Oh yeah,
and for them to get a couple of shots as they drove away.
Yeah,
completely. Everything planned to a T.
Fun
by her management team.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. They got with him. They're like laying it out and planning it and everything. With his agent.
When you're that big of a star, man, you probably got to lay it out like that, or something could go squirrely on you, right?
Everything's planned.
Shout out to Taylor for coming through and see me rock the stage.
Do you have anything you want to say?
Well, one, I know I brought all this attention to me, right? I'm the one I did the whole friendship bracelet thing and, told everybody how butthurt I was that I didn't get to meet Taylor.
You got to shoot your shot.
Yeah, you know what I mean? You miss 100% and you don't take, baby.
So did he pursue her?
He gave her a friendship bracelet that had his phone number on it.
Like at a concert?
Yeah, or tried to get her a friendship bracelet that had his phone number on it.
She's probably playing.
That's a big thing in the Swiftie world is they go to the concerts and they make all these friendship bracelets
it makes
and
sense now.
exchange them.
I like how Brian knows more about this than I do.
Yeah. You're more of a Swiftie than I am.
Well, no, one of the workers in our office went to the concert.
Sure, right.
Came in.
Yeah, right.
I sold all my tickets. I didn't go to the Taylor Swift concert. I made $5,000 off of Taylor Swift, though.
Right, but hold on.
Thank you very much.
Hold on now. Hold on now.
What?
So hold on.
Selling tickets.
Let me just,
I know.
Brian.
I thought you hate that.
So he goes to the Swiftie concert, probably there at where the Chiefs play. And he probably has VIP because he's Travis Kelce. I mean, within that, of course, within Kansas City, whether she's playing the basketball, she played the stadium, I guarantee you. And he knows all the security personnel. He's the man of that building.
Him and Kermit are the two guys that run that city.
I mean, him and Mahomes run.
Oh
that. Him and Mahomes run that stadium.
Travis Kelce.
And so when Taylor Swift was there, he gets a friendship bracelet, and I don't think he even gets to meet her. He gives it to like a security guard or like her assistant or something like that. I don't think he did it. He did it in person, did he?
No, he didn't actually get to meet her. It was like, and it was a message like, "Hey, I watched you rock Arrowhead. Now come watch me," or something like that.
Right. And I mean, you got to give it to him, right? I mean, if she's attracted to her. She's hot. It's a good. I mean, you're Travis Kelce.
She's attractive. She is just made over $1 billion this year. I mean, there's a lot to like about Taylor Swift.
Right.
So yeah, I think it's what's real is that it is my personal life. And I want to respect both of our lives. She's not in the media as much as I am doing this show every single week and, having fun during the NFL season on other guys' shows like the McAfee show and any other show that I go on from here on out.
If he stays on, I'm sorry, as he continues on his podcast and they stay together, do you think that he could get her on the podcast to do like a little couples deal?
She might.
And how big would that be for her?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
It would break the
Now, could she make that call to her management company, or would her management company advise, either way, yes, you can, or no, you cannot?
I think she still has, she still has final say on everything.
Listen, yeah, I do too.
Like she has veto power for sure, but she gets advised, hey, we think you should do this.
Enjoyed every second of it.
So, like you said on that Thursday night game, I'm enjoying life. And I sure as hell enjoyed this weekend. So everything.
How do you think this ends?
Did she spend the entire weekend with him?
She was there in Kansas City.
I think this will end.
Did she spend the night with him?
I don't know.
We don't know. I think this ends in Las Vegas, the Super Bowl. They'll be seen together there, and then they'll slowly break up during the offseason.
So you're saying if the Chiefs make the Super Bowl, she's there, and it's just
100%.
It's absolutely a Cinderella story.
And even if they don't make the Super Bowl, she's there with him.
Right. But it even makes it more of a whodunit. If he's playing in the Super Bowl, he wins. She comes down on the field with him. I mean, it writes itself, does it not?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Thing moving forward. I think me talking about sports and saying all right now will have to be kind of where I keep it.
Because she's still on tour. He's playing in the NFL. It's easy to fake this relationship for the next 6 months.
And they do.
Yeah.
They're maybe just seen out a few more times, maybe during a bye week or
Apparently
something like that.
Apparently she's going to his next game against the Jets or whatever.
I don't know about that. I think that the smart PR play is to not be there.
I thought
and have everybody talk about
it. But what if they like each other? I mean,
but still, the smart PR play is for her not to go and leave that question out there. Are they together? I mean, people talk more about it if she's not there than if she is.
She'll be there.
She'll be there. They already said
it. He must be. He's laying it down.
Who said that she's going to be there?
He's laying it down.
The media.
When he's laying that D down.
Taylor Swift's mom said she's going to the Jets.
Her mom is her agent.
There you go.
I'm saying her mom said she's going to the Jets.
Yeah, and her mom's her agent.
All right. We'll see.
I think she is a Jets fan.
Maybe they like each other, and she'll be at every damn game she can be at. What's wrong with that?
If she's there Sunday night, will you wash Lummy's truck finally, Brian?
First of all, I never made that bet, Rhett. Okay? You show cancer. Bring everything to a close. James Gandolfini. I'll watch it when you have sex with James Gandolfini.
Brian, why
Scout is going wild right now.
You're coming out
Brian,
yeah, what the hell's your issue today,
You're
Brian?
spinning yourself out, buddy.
You're being a real dick.
Yeah, what's your problem?
That's always my issue.
Don't chalk up their behavior to being crazy rednecks.
Yeah, think about that.
They're just totally insane. Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
How about it? Maybe I have to.
Her being at the Jets game is going to be the highlight of that game, though.
Well, yeah, no shit.
Oh, you know what would be amazing? Is if Wilson tried to hook up with her mom. Taylor Swift's mom.
She's kind of portly.
Well, listen. Zach Wilson is the MILF hunter.
Yeah.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's known
I remember that story, I think.
Yeah.
Of the.
Yeah.
Vaguely.
Brian, just
I had to pee.
you know what I'm looking forward to? What game? The Broncos game.
Fuck yeah, I love the Broncos. Go
Oh,
Force.
God. The Broncos will still destroy the Bears. I would love to get Seth on the show and talk about how fucking awful his sports teams are. He was on Twitter. He was on Twitter before this season talking about how everybody's wrong about Justin Fields and he's about to prove all the haters wrong and blah blah blah. And then they fucking shit the bed. Heinz is releasing a Taylor Swift-inspired ketchup and ranch combination.
Is it labeled as such?
It's ketchup and seemingly ranch. It's called.
But is it like what she likes?
Well, so she was. Somebody got a photo of her at the game, and she was eating a chicken finger with ketchup, and they said in the Twitter post, "and seemingly ranch." And so that's literally what Heinz is labeling the bottles, ketchup and seemingly ranch. Because they know the Swifties will go out there and buy it up and never use it. Because that's how pathetic those people are.
Listen, you 827 people watching me on YouTube.
So I don't think her mom confirmed it.
I get some likes, some thumb ups, some thumbs up, and some
Front
shares.
Office Sports.
I got 396, which is less than 50%.
That's it.
I mean, how hard is it for you just to go ahead and give me a like and subscribe?
She was complaining.
I mean, how hard is it just to give me a thumbs up? There's 50% of you right now.
I heard that
here we go. It went up a little bit.
Yeah, and they were. She said she would definitely be at the Jets game. But like you said, I could be here today. Everyone's reporting on it now.
Yeah, well, it's all off of this. From what I've read, I always go to those articles and see if I can find multiple sources. Yeah. This is what they're all quoting.
Oh. So then the guys that talk about it on podcasts and stuff, you know that she's a Jets fan.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can find any other source other than Front Office Sports. And it's all these articles are from Front Office Sports. So that, this is the age we live in, right? Now, I'm not saying she won't be there. I just think the power play is to not be there.
Well, supposedly
have everybody looking, have everybody talking about it, not show up, and then leave them guessing, well, are they still together? Is this, is it that? Is it this? Is it that?
All right, Brian, well, that ain't going to happen, so shut up.
All right, buddy.
Put that one right on to fucking 0.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. The YouTube thumbins are killing the Rumble thumbins.
Yeah, because I'm in charge of YouTube, and I just yelled at all of them.
You need to yell at the Rumble people. They're only at 257.
Well, why don't you yell at them? Why don't you
Hey,
on your
you dumb Rumble fucks.
Okay, that's gonna help.
It's a fucking.
In a country somewhere in the third world, the CIA is using this broadcast as torture to extract information about terrorists.
On your shoulders and legs with Craig the Bulldog, your cardio, abs, calves.
He thinks Evan is doing his patriotic duty.
Oh, yeah, my pleasure, too.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today's after show it's going to be a sports-based deal. Anna will be gone, long gone. Me, Brian, Rhett, Lummy, just talking about sports. We can get down so many sports rabbit holes on the main show that we're going to make the after show that. YouTube, Facebook, Lummy, YouTube, Facebook, no, we don't do the after show on Rumble, do we?
No, we do not.
No, we do not. Hello.
Hey, brother, Tampa Terry calling from Muscle Beach, Nova Scotia.
What do you want?
I'm calling you on the Canadian landline today, brother. Telephone communication was actually invented in Canada by Guglielmo Marconi, brother. Anyway, I was just calling in. I wanted to defend Rhett, brother, because that lash out by Brian was absolutely violent sounding, and we're having
no, it was. It's just a typical Brian. Shut up! Quit being a snowflake. It was just this typical Brian outburst of snarky and dickness. It's nothing that we're not all accustomed to.
Yeah, shut up, Canadian snowflake.
Yeah, you woke ass bitch.
Your flag's a leaf, loser.
Well,
I mean, yeah. If there's any one place that's worse than America right now, it's Canada, for real.
Especially Nova Scotia.
I mean, you guys. At least we have an opportunity to maybe put a new guy in there, whoever it may be.
You
guys are so jacked up on Trudeau. He'll never be replaced.
You guys aren't
He's a
letting him in
dictator.
because nobody wants to go there.
You guys are more woke than we are. For real.
Well,
it used to be Canada. Canadians were more rugged than us Americans. Kind of like for real.
The only spot that's left is Calgary now. The rest of the country is Charmin soft.
Yeah.
Man.
For once in the history of the world, America is a little bit tougher than Canada. You guys are a bunch of snowflake woke bitches, except for Calgary.
Well, we have a border, brother. You guys don't have a border.
Who cares? Border schmorder. You guys are a bunch of
no one wants to go in your country.
You're all getting replaced by cheap Mexican labor, brother. A guy named Todd Clemendes is going to fill in for you, brother.
Okay, brother.
Todd Clemendes. Winter is coming, buddy. Get ready for the north.
Yeah. Todd Clemendes. Hola. All right, Tampa Terry, appreciate you. Appreciate you taking all of our insults.
Great call, brother.
That's a great call, brother. I got to go to Word, so I'm not too far late.
What?
But listen, there's this new AI technology that the Sun has published as to what people might look like if they hadn't died. And here is, like, for instance, this is what Elvis. They're saying Elvis.
No way. He'd be way fatter than that.
I'm just I know a lot of fat people that when they get old, they get skinny.
Yeah, they don't live.
Yeah, right
well.
before they die when they get cancer.
No, I know a woman in Warsaw. I know a woman in Warsaw, Indiana, who I grew up with, is my mom's friend, and she was always a bigger, heavier, stocky Midwestern kind of big mama.
Mm-hmm.
And she's 91 years old, and she's super skinny and super old, but she's not fat anymore.
So her doctor told her, "Bitch, you gonna die."
So anyway, there's Elvis, which
not bad.
Not bad. It's Brian. Don't take a shiz on all of them. Just take it for what they are. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Here's
Princess Diana. I could tell that was her.
Now, can you imagine Princess Diana looking like that old hag?
Ugh.
Let's see if we can guess them as you scroll.
Right, hold on. Well, probably.
That's Freddie Mercury.
Yeah, Freddie Mercury. He looks like the strong man in the old circus top deal. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. This woman would be 98. I know. I've
Audrey Hepburn?
Nope. Marilyn Monroe.
Oh wow.
Yeah. But for 100,
I'd still would.
That'd be the hottest bitch in 100.
Yeah, no
That'd
doubt.
be the Miss 100.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Oh, that's all they had.
Oh, okay.
That's it. Sorry.
Oh, that was fun.
Yeah, it would be fun if you could go through a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, it'd be fun if there was more.
Sorry.
I got to go to Words, but when I come back, we're going to cover this. And it's true. I mean, whether you like him or not,
Donald Duck.
I mean, Brian.
He lives in his head.
Brian.
I know.
Brian.
No.
Chris Christie.
Chris Christie called him Donald Duck because he didn't show up again.
Yeah.
He's ducking the debates.
Still, I mean, you got to admit, Brian, just like you said, Taylor Swift's power play is not to show up this Sunday to watch Travis, right?
Right.
Trump is killing it.
Yep.
On what this is being as disruptive, and it's killing it. This is the best play he could do.
Absolutely.
The worst thing he could do is go and engage these people. He looks so above them. He really, truly is like, I'm going to let everybody else fight for the scraps.
McDonald's has never mentioned Burger King in one of their commercials, ever. And this is the same thing. Why would he share a stage with people that he views as beneath him?
And statistically, they are.
Oh, yeah. It's not even close.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, not only is this Donald being Donald, so, they're beneath me, I'm just going to take it. No, statistically, he's dead on. There's not even a close second. Right?
No.
I mean, there's not even a close
he's over 60%, right, of the support. It's crazy.
Yeah, like
so,
62.
I got to go to Words. We'll cover that next.
Deliciously disgusting.
You're absolutely right.
This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Your new nickname's BK. So over to BK. Boner Killer. Yeah, that's your abbreviation for your new nickname. Boner Killer.
Boner Killer up in Goldworth.
I don't think Chris Christie can not mention Trump in anything.
Yeah, no, it seems like that's his whole gimmick.
It looked like he's wearing like a tater.
He's probably got a girdle on.
A tater girdle because he looked a little thinner.
This was that guy before steroids.
What guy?
Chris Bumstead.
Oh, really? He just looks like your typical gay porn star.
Well, he's also 14 there, so maybe I should take that back. I thought he was way older.
Wow. He's only 14 there? I was going to say, he looks like he's 20, 21 there.
Let's see. Lifting at 14, that's what they said.
He began lifting at 14?
Yeah, but they're implying that this is him at 14. Which,
yeah, I don't think that's accurate.
Maybe not.
Yeah, these debates are not about an exchange of ideas. It's about zingers and one-liners, man. Who can get the biggest pops?
Well, I mean, will you send me the highlights from the debate? If like Google that and see if it's a thing.
Yeah. Really wasn't doing highlights.
Brian, did you ever watch the morning show with Jennifer Aniston?
I watched like the first season and a half.
They're back now.
What is it? Season 4?
3.
Oh, okay. I need to finish season 2 and then.
Season 2 was good. It was right after COVID, and you should. I knew that you watched it, and I think you like it.
Okay. Did you watch the Netflix documentary Wrestlers?
Yeah.
With Al Snow and the OVW?
Yeah.
Said he lived that backstage. He doesn't need to watch that.
No, but it's kind of cool to see a smaller
I'm not a mark.
in their struggles.
I'm not a mark.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in the business. I'm not a mark.
Oh yeah, you're big in the business.
He's one of the only people ever to
wrestle all 3 federations in 1 year. Mm-hmm. Yeah, me. Me and Texas Hangman.
That's right, Brian. What do you say about that?
I got nothing.
We just faced him.
We faced him.
It was pretty good. I thought, the Wrestlers one could have been better if they had focused on other
Well, I sent you
people
what they call the
in the
highlights.
organization.
What? I sent you a video with the highlights.
But they ended up focusing on like 2 or 3 of the wrestlers only, which made it a little less compelling.
What is the real story of January 6th? Many people have asked that question. Some people have described it.
Welcome to the second Republican debate of the 2024 primary, live from the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley, California.
Joe Biden should not be on the picket line. He should be
second.
He fell off that for a little bit. He does that anymore.
Yeah, the stroke part was pretty crazy, or the seizure part, or whatever it was, epileptic seizure, I think it was.
Yeah, yeah.
But Al Snow was interesting in that.
I worked with Al Snow.
I haven't really heard about that. Yeah, you want head? No. Wow, is he on drugs?
That's the district attorney guy. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you knew him because you're.
No. I don't swim in those circles.
District attorneys.
Yeah, with any attorneys. I don't hang out with lawyers. They're the worst.
No, I'm saying running into him at the.
Nah. We don't even go to the same courthouse. If he's prosecuting him, he's federal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You don't hang out at the bars with him?
No. I don't know, it's been going like that for a while. It was all last break too. It sounds like Bubba's rewinding an old cassette or something. A VHS.
I can hear you fucking out.
What you doing up there, Bubs?
Or not.
My wrist gimmicks.
Oh. It's some sort of physical therapy thing.
My wrist gyro ball.
Nice.
Oh, that's
is there a new hurricane coming in?
No. They're just talking about Ian because they have nothing else to talk about because we're not going to get any more.
Are you fucking kidding? They're so fucking hurting that they got to fucking reminisce about Ian?
Well, you do have it on Fox Weather, dude.
Oh.
Well, we need to take it off that immediately.
Take it off, God.
Mom, fucking.
Yeah, they don't even have hot ones. Look at
Oh, God.
this piggy cramming it all into that blue dress.
Sorry, he was a federal.
We gotta have some local fucking deal on here. I mean, I want Fox. I want something. I gotta start picking a channel.
You want Fox 13 to like
testing out the quality of the
Channel
stitching on
8,
that thing.
I want Channel 8 or something, or Owen News.
Why don't
What's
we
that?
have, like,
I want that
fucking
First American News or some
Newsmax.
News. I want the controller so I can
want
fucking
these
look at the
ass
channels.
Where are we not control?
Hold on.
Warning. The following program contains objectionable content, which may cause oral discomfort. This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I
like the TVs in the studios are a lot like prison.
They get on a channel and somebody loses the remote and it never gets changed again.
Yeah, I think Macho Man is like the toughest dude here, so we got to watch whatever he wants to watch, or he'll beat us up. And so, Lummy, I'm going to be part of the white guy gang, and I'm gonna get a hold of you and be like, hey, Lummy, you're gonna be in my gang because you're a big white guy, okay?
Of course, yes, thank you.
Oh, see that Mexican gang over there?
Yeah.
The guy who looks like Macho Man?
Yeah.
He's in charge of the Mexican gang, and he thinks he can charge. I want to watch something different on these two TVs. So when I go up there and grab this remote, and he tries to hit me, you come in there and shank him, okay?
Okay, I'll shank him.
I just made I made this shank.
Thank you.
Okay, there you go, because you're not smart enough to make a shank.
No.
But I made a shank, and shank him in the side of the neck, okay?
Toothbrush is the best. You plastic toothbrush and you file it down.
Oh, don't tell me how to make my shank.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Right to the side of the throat.
Brian, you'd be the worst in prison out of all of us.
I probably would be, yeah.
Because your mouth would get you in so much trouble. Because you just couldn't, because you're so smart and stuff, you'd intellectually be screwing with all these guys, and they'd make, you make us mad, and we're not prisoners. Can you imagine what you'd be doing to some prisoners, or would you be smart enough to pipe it on down and try to be a silent leader?
I would try to be a silent, you never see me, dude. Like, I'd spend all my time in the library.
Would you have Gina make sure that your commissary was really filled up so that you could buy people off?
Yeah,
exactly.
For sure.
So Lummy,
be slinging ramen noodles through that place like there's no tomorrow.
Lummy, if I could get to control, and maybe go through the TV, I think being on Fox 13 is okay over there. That gives us a little local flair in case something's happening.
Yeah.
But then over here, I got to figure out. Maybe I can get the controller, and we can see what our options on what we could put up here.
Perfect.
What's that?
Put on ESPN or something cool and rugged.
Newsmax?
No, I think Newsmax or OAN, whichever one. I think the Newsmax has the hot chicks.
Yeah, the Kramer chick.
Yeah,
what was her name?
I want Newsmax.
Yeah, they have some
hot. I want hot chicks on there.
Mackenzie or
hot
something.
brunettes. The only time I'll variate from a brunette would be if Meredith from Wild would want to mess around. I'd be at that point willing to take
on a blonde.
Take on a blonde mom.
Republican debate of the 2024 primary.
Hold on. Donald Trump, the guy that's going to probably represent this party, Brian, has there ever been in the history of the presidential election process the guy that ends up being the candidate never goes to any of the debates? I don't know that's ever happened.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Off the top of my head, I can't think of any.
No.
Ronald Reagan presidential.
That's how screwed up our political system is. The guy in charge now doesn't know he's in charge, and the guy that might be in charge doesn't even attend any of the functions. Right?
It's pretty crazy.
Valley, California.
Joe Biden should not be on the picket line. He should be on the
This is Tim Scott from South Carolina.
southern border, working to close our southern border.
Because
man, Joe would be the worst. He'd be the worst border agent. You could go right by him, and be like, "Hey, Grandpa, look over there," and then like 10 people go right through.
It is unsafe, wide open, and insecure.
Look, I do disagree with something Tim Scott just said.
Joe, idiot,
God,
right?
he is very unlikable.
Biden doesn't belong on a picket line.
Mike Pence
His face.
He just is. He just listen.
Something about him.
Just by looking at him, I like Tim Scott much better than Mike Pence.
Yeah.
Just by pure looks and swagger.
Mike Pence looks like a mannequin came to life in some movie in the 80s.
It's just condescending. Like his face looks condescending.
He looks like
He's
the kind
you
of guy.
don't know nothing.
He looks
I
like the
know
kind
everything.
of guy that'd be calling the cops on you for blowing off fireworks next door.
Yeah.
You know.
Look, I do disagree with something Tim Scott just said. Joe Biden doesn't belong on a picket line. He belongs on the unemployment line.
Yeah.
Oh, get him!
What a zinger! Oh, I got this one in my
I'll
back
be standing
pocket.
with workers all across America, and I'll be standing for the right to work of every American to join a union or not.
Stop the right hand. It looks stupid.
Join a union as they decide.
If the government shuts down,
What?
should voters blame populist Republicans?
Voters should blame everybody who's in Washington, D.C.
Where's Joe Biden? He's completely missing in action from leadership. And you know who else is missing in action? Donald Trump is missing in action. He should be on this stage
Alfred E.
tonight.
Newman
He
up
owes
there.
it to you
Jesus.
to defend
Mad
his
Magazine.
record.
I mean, that
Had
is it, man. He
It's
is
7.8.
Hey, get back to Florida and
Need some
fix our
freckles.
insurance and
yeah,
our power
buddy.
bills.
Why didn't you guys do anything about insurance this past cycle?
I'm dancing with you. Don't yell at me.
My condo
Power
insurance
bill,
went
power
through
bills,
the roof.
My condo.
power
insurance.
Well,
bills.
it's for my mother-in-law.
Trillion to the
I pay to
debt.
subsidize
look
her
at a
life.
Let's the big boy.
Camera right now and tell you, Donald, I know you're watching. You can't help yourself. I know you're watching, okay? And you're not
Turn into pro wrestling.
Yeah.
here tonight.
Listen, let me tell
brother.
you something right now, brother. Donald, I know right now you're watching me, brother. And don't even think that you're not, brother, because you're so narcissistic. You got to.
They
Not
booed him.
because of polls and not because of your indictments. You're not here tonight because you're afraid of being on this stage and defending your record. You're ducking these things. And let me tell you what's going to happen. You keep doing that, no one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
You have to.
Oh, Zoinksville.
Zoinksville. Oh, yeah.
Zoinksville.
Was Babyface writing for all of them last night? You belong on the unemployment line.
Although,
We
who's
need a
that?
Jamaican horn.
Who is this?
Slaves develop.
Spanish.
Slaves develop us.
Oh, she's hot. She is hot as balls, is she not?
You want to open your southern border to her, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Slaves develop skills in spite of slavery, not because of it.
Because.
But many are still hurt. For descendants of slaves, this is personal. What is your message to them?
Well, first of all, what's the question?
So she said slavery. So in Florida, they want to teach some of the good that came out of slavery. Like they learned a lot of important job skills and things like that. And she's saying, look, it's those are forced upon them. The descendants of slavery find that message to be painful. What do you say? What say you, Alfred E. Newman?
What did he say?
We'll find out right now when you hit play.
First of all, that's a hoax that was perpetrated by Kamala Harris. We are not going to be doing that. Second of all, that was written by descendants of slaves. These are great Black history scholars, so we need to stop playing these games.
There is not a redeeming quality in slavery. He and Kamala should have just taken the one sentence out.
I have a radical idea for the Republican Party. We need to win elections. And part of how we win elections is reaching the next generation of young Americans where they are. So when I get into office, I've been very clear. Kids under the age of 16 should not be using addictive social media.
This is infuriating because TikTok is one of the most dangerous social media apps that we could have. And what you've done, I honestly, every time I hear
Gives me a headache.
China don't make medicine in China, not America. You're now wanting kids to go and get on the social media that's dangerous for all of us. You
do an
and you were in
after show.
business with the Chinese that gave
Coming up
$105
next,
million.
me, Brian,
We can't
Lummy,
trust
and
you.
Rat.
Polls don't
See you
elect
later.
presidents. Voters elect presidents. And we're going to take the case of the people in these early states. We're going to do it in the state-by-state direction. And why? Because as Reagan said...
Thanks for letting me finish. You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian Lummox.
Co-host Anna Hummel.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Brett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I repent.